I'm live. I'm alive. I'm live on Instagram. I don't know, it's not like Halloween. I don't know why I'm doing that. So hello everybody. I see we have our guest has already arrived and I haven't even done what I need to do, and I need to go get this feed all started up here. Give me 1 second. Oh, I'm trying to get done all this setup so fast, and I don't know. Someone named Sminkleberry just joined. I like that name, Sminkleberry. It's better than Stinkleberry. So I'm putting in our standard Ask Us Anything into the comments. I'm going to let our guest in 1 second. But tonight is February 8th. Oh no. I just realized today's my dad's birthday. And I forgot to call him. I don't think I can call him right now. I'll have to hope that Lauren, my wife, is watching and maybe can send a text on my behalf saying, oh, you just remembered too late. Oh, I forgot to pin that too. So anyways, thank you all for joining me on my dad's birthday. Who knows? My life's a mess. So I'm going to let in our guest, and we're going to have a good time chatting and whatnot. Our guest is the wonderful Reggie Brown, who did stuff like Who Are Your People? Which I believe it was a New York Times bestseller, if I remember correctly. And we have Santa in the City and Kicks. I think one of the new ones is Bros, which I don't happen to have on hand, but we also have the Magnificent Makers, a chapter book that was all done, and we'll talk all about these books and whatnot as we go. But let me let in, yeah, my dad. I'm going to massacre by that. So I said, send your dad a link to the recording as a B-Day present. Just to show I got it in before midnight. So let me let our guest in, and then we'll have a lovely conversation about books and life and all the fun stuff that goes with that. So let me let our guest in. So give me 1 second. I'm going to send out this invite, and Reggie. And we'll have you on. There he is.
Hey.
Do you want to wish my dad a happy birthday?
Oh, happy birthday.
Hopefully, I hope that we can get through to him tonight and let him know. I will call him first thing in the morning. I meant to do it like earlier in the day, and I totally lost track of things. But
it was my dad's birthday on the 4th, and February 4th. And so my mom had to text me, and then I finally looked at the text, and it was like 8 o'clock our time.
That's where you very quickly just say, like, yeah, I was planning on doing it. You just got me before I had a chance to. So I see my wife already just posted that she's texting. So what a way to start this with my ineptitude. So thank you for joining me tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, we've been fans of yours in this house for a while, and we've been following you on Instagram, and love the books.
Thank you.
Specifically the Santa book is right up there for me. And then I was I had not had a chance to read Kicks until just recently, and so I read through that today. And I know this is someone else that wrote this.
Yeah.
But it's a whole book about shoes. Are you a shoe person?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't collect, but I am a shoe person.
Okay.
I don't have the cash, or
Yeah.
I just can't part with my cash in that way for some shoes that I can't really wear.
Like when we were growing up, and they were like, $50 for a pair of shoes, and now they're $400 for a pair of shoes. Whatever it is.
You can't wear them really, so it's like.
Were you of the era? Do you remember what were they called? Reebok's pumps?
Yep.
Yeah, that's like that brings back. All of a sudden, I was like, everybody loves Jordans and things of the sort, but then I'm like, I don't know. I love my Reeboks pumps,
Oh
and
yeah.
it was so dumb. It just had that little pump on the tongue. Um, but,
I was a
um,
big Fila guy in
mm,
Adidas because Run DMC
yeah,
was like kind of like the
shell toes.
yeah the shell toe
Yep.
shoe. Yep.
I still have an old pair of shell toes that have become my my mowing shoes. So they're no longer
Yeah.
white. They're green and brown at this point. Um, so thank you again for joining us, and I want to sort of get to know you as best we can over this time frame, and I'm sure we'll have conversations that if you've ever watched this before, that they just go everywhere depending on what mood we're in for the night.
Yeah.
Um, and so feel free to if I get off track and you're like, why is he talking about gummy bears for an hour? Yell at me and I'll bring it back into
All
into line.
right.
Um, but I'm so happy to have you on because I really am sort of in love with your work, and we've been sort of following and then watching sort of the acclaim that you're getting for it all, and then I knew that you were sort of a star, and then when I found out also who your agent was, your agent is a name that like is in my opinion is a very big name, and like saw your talent, and that's awesome that
Yeah,
you're
she's the
sort of
best. Yeah.
latched on. Um, so tell me a little bit and tell the crowd a little bit about sort of who you are, a little bit of your background, just to give them an intro.
Who I am. I'm just a guy who likes to draw. Yeah, I've been drawing ever since I could hold a pencil. Um, I
Hopefully that was
really,
like at 2 or
yeah,
something, and it wasn't at like
yeah,
16. You were working so long to hold that pencil, and finally came
yeah,
out.
yeah. No, it was like as soon as I could, like three or
Yeah.
four or five, right, like around there. Uh, I was born in the Philippines. Kind of lived there for a couple of years.
Yep.
My dad was in the Navy, so Navy brat and stuff. So we got stationed out here in San Diego, and just been living out here in San Diego for most of my life. Just drawing, going to work, um, just kind of just living life,
Yeah.
basically.
Now, so
Yeah,
you're out in San Diego. Did you get hit with any of the storms? I mean, I know that hit LA a lot, but
yeah,
I thought I heard that San Diego also got, like, they had the big surf that would come up and wash over the shores, if I remember correctly.
yeah. Like the week before, there was a big there's a lot of flooding because
Yeah.
they hadn't cleaned the drainage,
Oh,
the sewers and
awesome.
stuff, and the spillways like
Yeah.
that. And so it was like a mile or two from my house, where all that was happening. I'm kind of on a hill, so it didn't really affect us. But like once you travel down a few blocks and
Yeah.
stuff, you could see the flooding.
Ugh.
So it wasn't, it was pretty bad. So I'd never seen anything like that before. And I've
I
lived here most of my life.
I do not like. I've been out to California, and California is lovely.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna throw in. I don't understand with all the like mud and and the smog and earthquakes. It always just feels like it's some like dangerous territory, and I'm always like, why do people live there? But I know it's lovely. I know lots of
Yeah.
people live there, and but it's still just like it seems like every 2 seconds there's some weather event or some earthquake, and I'm like, I just don't get it. But of course, I live where there's hurricanes, and there's blizzards,
Yeah.
and there's people that are jerks, and all the other things that come with sort of New England. Um, so tell me the art side. How long have you been doing sort of the professional illustration stuff?
About 5 years. I was in
Okay.
biotech most most of my life.
Okay.
Then I got laid off when I was 40. So I'm 45 now.
Okay.
And I just started posting my drawings on Instagram, and that's where Christy found me.
That's
So
so
she just
you didn't go to art school or
no
anything?
self-taught.
That's awesome. That's even more like, okay, so obviously you have some skills that that I had to go to school and had to pay a bunch of money to figure it out. Uh, you walk in and you do that. You must have some special trick you got to teach me at some point, so you could, because you picked it up so
No,
fast.
it's been it's just a lot of work, practicing
Yeah,
and practicing, just throwing a lot of stuff on the wall and see if it works.
that's awesome. Um, So tonight we're gonna work and we're gonna chat and do all the fun stuff. But I have the three things that I always go for at the beginning. One, you can jump off whenever you want. So if it gets too late, I mean, you're out in San Diego right now. It's like, I don't know, what is it? It's like 5.
5, yeah.
Yeah, so it's, whatever time frame you need to leave, don't hesitate. You can just say, I'm out of here, and I will cry horribly into the camera, and we'll edit it out. Uh, 2, what are we gonna work with tonight? What's the mediums that we're playing with? Are you going digital?
Yeah, I'm mostly digital
Okay.
type of guy, so right now.
And what do you use for the digital? Are you Photoshop? Are you Procreate?
Both a little bit. I have a giant Wacom over here,
Okay.
on my workstation, but I'm gonna use the iPad and Procreate or actually Photoshop, Fresco, Adobe Fresco.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I Wait. Do you use the live brushes in Fresco?
No.
Okay. Those are always so impressive to me. The watercolor
Yeah.
one. I'm always like, it's so cool, but it's more like watching magic happen, and I get too distracted anytime I used it.
Yeah.
So Adobe Fresco, iPad, and then what are we working on tonight?
I don't know. Like, is it
Okay.
um I have a few revisions to do, I guess, and
I mean,
I can
it can
work
be it can be whatever you want. It could be
with.
stuff for work. It could be just doodling. It could be anything is fair game as long as people get to watch you make. That's the goal.
Okay, we could just
Yeah.
doodle. We could just doodle.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm my wife has informed me. I already got her a present, but she informed me that Valentine's Day is coming up,
Yeah.
and I should make an image for Valentine's Day. So I'm gonna make a Valentine's something or other. Um, I don't know exactly where it's going 100%, but we'll figure it out as we sort of go along. But um, so why don't we switch and get our cameras all set up, and then we can just start rolling and chatting.
All right. Sounds good.
All right,
Yeah.
awesome.
All right.
I see there's people tuning in already that have said how much they love your work, and She-Hope said, so excited to see Reggie Doodle. So people are revved up to watch this happen and live in front of their eyes. So I'm watching your screen here to see how we if there's any adjustments that need to be made. My wife's already saying that it sounds like I told her that she told me to make a Valentine's gift. That's not true. I got her a gift. I'm too lazy. I want to make something. So tell me a little bit about you getting started, and especially with like the biotech, like that jump or that leap
Um,
into art. First of all, what do you mean by biotech?
I was working at this place called Nestle Health Sciences. They did testing for Crohn's, IBD, and IBS.
Okay.
So testing and research. So I was just part of the data retention staff.
Oh, so you weren't doing like, you
No,
didn't have a bunch of test tubes out and like,
no,
let me play. Okay. Okay. Could you
definitely
go
not.
was that like down the hall? So if you had to go do that, you could?
Oh yeah, the lab was just down the hall, and you just have lunch with all the lab technicians and scientists and stuff like that, and researchers. So it was very fun.
And with so was that what you like studied in school? Was that something that just sort of came to be, or was
Uh,
that like was that the plan basically?
no, that wasn't the plan.
Okay.
I don't think I really, I don't think I really had a plan. I just kind of fell into it. Um, so it was just kind of just apply, applied to this place, and they hired me. So
I think the that's why you weren't in the lab. They're not going to hire someone and just throw them in a lab last second.
exactly,
So
yeah.
figure it out. But obviously you were making art in the background the whole time, so it's not like you were devoid of art at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
But what was the goal to get into Kidlit, or was that sort of again like something where Christy just wrote you and said, "Hey, You ever think about working on a book?
Yeah, it was kind of my goal to get in. After I got laid off, I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
So I started, just thinking about what careers I could move into, and one of my good friends said that, hey, like your art would be great for like picture books. Have you ever thought about that? And kind of told me about SCBWI, and I looked into that, and I thought like, hey, I could probably, this would be a good fit for me.
Yeah.
Um, so I kind of just went to a couple of those meetings and stuff, and talked to some people and showed them some of my art, and just kind of started gearing my art towards the kidlit side. Um, and I started posting on Instagram. And once I did that, after like a few months, I think Christy contacted me.
That Wait, hold on. After a few months of starting to post that kind of work, you got contacted and said, "Hey, you want to be on my team?"
Yeah, she just said, "Hey, have you ever thought about you know illustrating
Yeah.
professionally?" And I was like, "Yeah, I was thinking about it and stuff." And we set up a call like the next week, I think, or a Zoom or
Yeah.
a phone call. I think it was a phone call, and we just, I talked to her, and we really hit it off. And I just, um, I sent her an email like a couple days later saying, "Hey, I would like to sign with you," you know, and so I signed with her like January
Okay.
of, of the next year, and then I got the Magnificent Maker. Um,
Chapter book
Yeah,
series.
in March. So
Awesome. That's
yeah,
that is quite a tale. And it's one of those things where like everybody talks about getting agents and how much work has to go in, which is absolutely true. But then you also end up with just this like, uh, you know, I don't want to say miracle of sorts, but something where it just like stuff just falls into place at the right time, and you can't always predict when it's going to happen or how it's going to happen. And I feel like I've said on here many times before that there is the like classic you need to go out and hunt down an agent, but most of the time it comes from networking, or it comes from like just those things like you're talking about, of just you just post and you put up good work, and as long as you're focusing on making good work, all of a sudden stuff might start to fall into
yeah,
place. um
yeah. I just really focused on just art and just making the best art I could, and I've been drawing for like 40
yeah.
years, so it wasn't like I just started drawing
Yeah. Yeah.
the next
Yeah. I
day.
know the way I'm making it sound seems like, oh, you just literally picked up the pencil and like, what does this thing do?
Yeah.
No,
So
obviously there's skill there, but just the idea of like, um the like how quickly it sort of developed, especially from it sounds like it was almost like maybe a little bit more of a hobby or a pastime, and then it just very quickly turned into a career. And I could be wrong, so bear with me if I'm off on that, but just the speed at which that happened sounds sort of mesmerizing in a way, or at least to me it does, because it, for someone who, not to say that I've slogged in the coal mine forever, but uh, the speed and sort of how wonderful it is that you found sort of your people so quickly is great.
yeah, I was really lucky, I would say. Just that like there was Instagram, and then there was getting laid off and then going on Instagram and stuff, and having that resource kind of really helped a lot. I don't know if I had to do it like sending out postcards or your portfolio out or
Yeah.
stuff like some of the older people at SCBWI were telling me what they had to do. So it was kind of just
Yeah.
it's a lot of luck, just a
It's
lot of luck, I think.
it's funny when I teach students, I always talk about like, yeah, they should probably have a printed portfolio. And I know that it sounds a bit antiquated at this point to walk around with prints, but I've also been in those events where like the Wi-Fi goes out and you can't rely on pulling up your site, or your battery runs out on your iPad. And so I'm like, I always feel like I have to be the old man in the room and go, what if? Uh, Plan ahead, everybody. The So tell me a little bit of the, yeah, obviously like the kidlit side of things. was of interest. But was there something in particular that sort of, like you said, people saying, "Hey, have you ever considered picture books?" But was there something in particular that sort of drew you in, or something that was the uh, the moment in which you said, "Hey, this really is something that is for me," versus someone saying, "This is for you." Like, was there a moment where that decision became very clear to you that that was the direction?
No, I mean, I question myself all the time. I still have imposter
Yeah.
syndrome.
Okay.
So I'm always like, am I actually good enough to be doing this? Kind of thing. I kind of have that every once in a while. It'll come up, but the reason I got into it was, there was a lack of artists of
Yep.
color. That was like one of the biggest things that stuck out to me when I was like looking at all the kidlit illustration stuff. There's like um, very few artists of color, and I guess 5 years ago, like the publishing landscape was totally different.
Yep.
Um, and so, and I think there's like a lot of publishers that are trying to push for more diverse books and stuff, and artists. And so, I just thought I could add to that, just have my voice in that conversation. And
Yeah.
I
We,
thought I could do really well in that space as a black man, illustrating picture books.
we were talking about the other day in my school. We were talking about for sort of DEIB stuff. We were talking about like tokenism
Yeah.
in sort of various art fields or industries or teaching or what have you. And I know that prior to that, like back in the before times, uh, there was there were people of a more diverse background, but they're always sort of in that token role.
Yeah.
And it always it felt very like I had Hatem Ali on here, and we were talking about it in the sense of he was mentioning that idea of like people are coming to him and saying like you must tell the tale of your people, and like that's not always what you like. Sometimes you just got to tell a good story that features diverse characters, and it's not just about having to sort of speak on behalf of an entire community. And so that like tokenism that happened was very much that at that time, or at least from my sort of looking back at history, it felt very much like we want to put someone in because of they're not because of trying to support them, but trying to sort of save face, and that's the wrong idea in this industry. And so like you're right. I'm trying to think like when you say 5 years back, like it really I feel like it has progressively gotten so much better, and still has so far to go at this point. Do you feel pressure in that sense of sort of having to be or a pressure from the industry to try to like be a certain something?
Yeah. Yeah. To be honest, yeah, I do feel that sometimes. Sometimes I just want to be thought of as an artist and not like a
Yeah.
black artist, kind
Yep.
of a situation. Like I'm a proud black man and I love being black, but there's sometimes, you just question yourself like, am I getting hired because my art is good, or is it because they want to tick off a box?
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's kind of like a,
I
I don't know, double-edged sword, I guess.
do you
I'm not
feel
sure.
like are you wow, we got into a really like deep topic right off the bat. I said that thing about like gummy bears at the beginning, and now we're talking about this. But um, do you think in the time that you have been in the industry, I mean, 5 years, we're talking pre-pandemic when you started, and now it's I don't know if we're post-pandemic at this point, but we're at least moving towards that. Um, do you feel like there's been a drastic change since you have been working in the industry, or do you think that is a pretty slow transition?
uh, it was pretty. I mean, let me put it this way: it was like 2018. I think George Floyd happened, or
Yeah.
2019. And there was like a really big push to 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 listen to Black voices and listen to people of color, and people are posting like their Black Instagram squares and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
yeah, yeah. I remember that.
And that was all well and good, but then like what 2020 rolls around and it kind of just um, you you just never heard about it again. There's like a lot of promises made, about
Yep, yep. I
how the publishing wanted the industry to look like, and it was just like one of those like bait and switch type of deals, I guess. They just talked a good talk, but once it came down to like actually
yeah.
implementing stuff, they was just like, we'll just keep it the same, status quo type of thing.
Well, I mean, I'm glad that they're at least I have seen a lot more on the shelves and a lot more promotion of a diverse crowd of authors and illustrators, especially from when I was growing up. I mean, looking back at it, I was trying to like do the math the other day of how many were sort of women, how many were men, how many were people of color, how many were uh, sort of different areas of sort of backgrounds coming into that look or into the industry. And looking back at it, it was very, very like limited. And so obviously the stuff has moved, but I'm going to switch to a happier or potentially a lighter topic.
Yeah.
That really got. Every once in a while, I'll, like get into like medical talk, and I'll get into things I just like. I don't know why it went there, but it did. So tell me a little bit about sort of you jump out of that biomedical, and you're spending all day punching in numbers and having lunch with people in lab coats, and now you're making the kidlit stuff. And what kind of are there transferable skills that working in that lab or in that office or what have you, that you look at and you're like, wow, I never knew that these two things were connected?
No, there's not really, nothing that jumps out to mind.
What about deadlines?
Um,
Did you have deadlines?
yeah, every now and then there was like a project or something, deadlines. So maybe that was transferable.
Yeah, that's as close as we're gonna get. Is
Yeah,
you had to hand stuff in at the end of the day.
exactly.
And with the job that you had there, were you drawing in the background? Like, did you ever get like what do they call them, like progress reports? And it's the equivalent of like getting a report card and it says Reggie spends too much time doodling in his notebook instead of listening in class. Did you get those while you were at work? Did you have like a secret sketchbook there?
No, not really. Like if I would have to like fax something to someone, I would draw something on it, like a little dog or something, or some sort of character
Wait a
on
second. Wait a
there.
second. How long were you there that
Oh,
you
I
were
worked
faxing things?
there for like 12 years.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was like fax. I feel like that's you're like I had to hop on the old Morse code and send it over. It's,
Yeah.
so
Yeah. Yeah, there was email and everything
yeah,
and stuff, but some of the things you just had to fax over for some reason.
the
And so,
give it to the Pony Express and hope they made it there in time. Um,
exactly.
and so obviously you make this leap of faith, right? Some of it was, it sounds like some of it was forced upon you in the sense of like you got laid off, so a decision was sort of thrown in your lap, and you had to pick one way or the other, right?
Yeah.
What kind of thoughts went through your head? Like I'm using this not just for me going like, hey, I need to know this, but for the crowd that's watching, and they're going, I really want to get into picture books, and I really want to make this leap, but I'm unsure. Were there questions that popped into your head that you're like, I just don't know? I mean, you mentioned imposter syndrome, so obviously that's part of it, but what at that time, can you remember back to that and say, oh God, this was the question I had?
Yeah, definitely that came up. There was just a lot of like self doubt when I was doing that. I'm always really critical of my work. I've always been that way. So but yeah, during that time, there's a lot of doubt. A lot of just it's like it's now or never because it's like I was 40 and I was just like, hey, I want to do something with my art, and so now I got laid off. And now's the time I can do that,
Yeah.
and so it was just like just give it a shot, kind of situation. But yeah, there's a lot of doubt.
Yeah. You're married now, right?
Yeah,
And were you married at the time that you took that leap? I don't know
yes,
history wise. Okay.
yeah.
So were there big conversations about that at home, or was it sort of like most of the time I would think of loved ones as just being like, yes, I love you, I support you, and whatever you want to do. But obviously that is a big question of jumping to something that's a dramatic career shift. Was there lots of? I assume your wife wasn't like, "Don't do it." Why would you ever?
No,
Or if she was, now you can go in your face because I got a bunch of books.
um, no, she was very supportive. She We were in a good place financially. I had, like a year of pursuing of being able to pursue this goal.
Yeah,
Um, and so that really helped a lot having a partner that makes, enough money to like cover all our expenses.
yeah. So
Um,
you can take that leap and not have to worry about are you going to be okay the next day
yeah,
sort of situation.
exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah. So, when I say luck, I mean, all that was just luck that all that, she was
that's
earning enough and um,
that's
and
hard
I had
work
the
though
time.
too. You can't chalk it all up to luck. You got to say there was hard work put in.
Yeah. Yeah. There's hard work in there and stuff.
If
But,
if she's listening to this and you're going, it was just luck. Wait a
no,
second.
she's
All
actually
the
working right now. She's a principal a what K through 6 school, I guess.
oof.
Yeah, so
Wait,
she's
wait.
working.
Why? It's 5 something in the afternoon. Why is she there at
No,
5?
she's here at home. She just got home
Oh, okay.
but she's still working, like fielding calls from parents and staff.
Oh,
So yeah, she
okay.
works like long hours. So
Wait, do you have a separate principal's office in your house?
no, no, just she's up in the bedroom.
Oh, okay. Like
Yeah.
there must be some times where she pulls that card though, right? And she's like, the principal's upset with you. You got to come to the office.
Yeah, like sometimes I'd be like, oh, like she'll say some things to me, but she's using her tone of voice when she's talking to like a kid who's done something bad, and I just be like, hey, like don't use that tone of voice with me. I'm not like one of your students,
I'm
you know.
40. I'm not 7. Like,
Yeah, so I'm actually going to her school tomorrow to do a
oh,
read
really?
aloud.
Oh,
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah.
The I just imagine her like you're walking down the hallway and she tells you to go back and walk instead of run this time because you're running through the hallway and like all I can think of is just like classic principal jokes to that I would be too tempted to bring up in that situation. Um, Now, is with her having that sort of position, was there a like I was very lucky too that my wife, when I went back to grad school and did those kinds of things, that there was a bit of a like safety net, or there was a loved one that was there to sort of back me up if I ran aground. Um, but there was also like a deep desire to push through and persevere even if there wasn't like the like I have to do this for me and really get this done. When you took that leap, was how much of it was a like I'm doing this for the love of it versus I'm doing this because it really um, like I see potential in a career here.
Um, mostly for the love of it. It was just like saying like, "Hey, is my art actually good enough?"
Yeah.
kind of thing. Like, is it, can I do this like professionally? So it was kind of, just like giving it a shot of just being a professional illustrator and just like testing myself to see if I was like good enough to be part of the whole industry. So I don't think it was um, about the I forgot. I lost my train of thought. But
That's okay. This is the challenge of drawing and talking at the same time, and
yeah,
you're doing fine. Uh, but it is like sometimes you're like all of a sudden you're looking down, you're like, I gotta draw this line, I gotta make sure it's right, and you totally lose track of where you were. So I saw Be Illustrated. I was about to say Be Illustrated, but Illustrated wrote on the comments, and it's a good question because I know there's a lot of people that don't use it. But why Adobe Fresco? What is it about Adobe Fresco that is the helpful for you?
I don't know. I just found it more intuitive in how I worked. Um, Plus, it like imported all my brushes and stuff. So, and I can I could save my files to the cloud, so I could just like work from home and then go to like a coffee shop and work from there. So it was like a lot easier
Gotcha.
because like I was having all sorts of problems when I would like use Procreate and try to import like a PSD into it. Um,
We're using an old iPad or an older version, because I know Procreate has gotten better with some of that stuff. But was this a while ago?
yeah, it was a while ago.
Okay.
So
I was gonna say, like, I remember all sorts of like technical issues just because they still didn't have their act together as much as they do now, and there's still technical issues.
yeah,
But it's one of those
like
things where I hear so many people using Procreate, and Fresco is a very solid program, but you just don't hear it being used in the same way. Maybe because it's an Adobe product and people are, maybe it's more expensive. Let's put it that way.
yeah, yeah.
Do you, and you said all the brushes, like your Photoshop brushes, transferred over easily for you then, so you didn't have to hunt them down again or pay for new ones?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was. I know. I just found it easier to use, and my wife gets a discount. Like a student teacher discount. So I just use that.
Hey, I don't have to pay for my Adobe either because of my
Yeah.
teacher discount.
Yeah.
So it's like, it does make life a little easier, and so we'll rub it in the faces of all the people that have to pay for a different product. Just,
Yeah.
oh, it's so nice. I get all the products for free. It's awesome. Do you use all the Adobe products? Do you use like Adobe Illustrator and things of the sort, or are you primarily a Fresco and Photoshop person?
Mostly a Photoshop person. I do use Illustrator sometimes for like text and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Um, and that's about it. I don't think I really use anything other than, or I don't think I've touched Illustrator in a while, but it's
With
mostly just Photoshop.
You said for text, are you putting in? You mean like text on like in the background, or do you mean the actual type in the book?
Oh, just for it's just like for me or something. It's just kind of
Oh,
like if I'm doing something, some work for myself, and I need to like have text
yeah,
in
yeah,
it,
yeah. Gotcha.
like a special, um, graphic on the font, type of thing. So
Gotcha.
I would use Illustrator.
Is your so I was hopping on your site again today just to make sure that I was like, I got to remember all this, or I don't want to look like I'm an idiot. And I was looking at your logo. Is your logo Illustrator, or is that a? Because it's so like crisp.
Yeah, I think it was yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
It's like, I was like, man, either you are an expert at like getting all those curves perfect in Photoshop, um, or that thing is Illustrator. The reason I asked, we're going through logos in the class I'm teaching right now,
Okay.
going through sort of like how to design those and what do you think about. And I was instantly sort of gravitating towards your logo in that case. So tell me some of the questions that you have sort of had to ponder over the last 5 years. Not that I have the answer for them, but just like what has been going through your head jumping into this career. What are the questions that you think you had at first that you solved, or like What was going through your head as you were starting out?
Well, I guess the first thing was like, hey, can you do you,
Can
you
you do
have,
it? Yeah.
yeah, can you do it? When I got the Maker Magnificent Makers book,
Yeah.
I just like the first time I opened up Photoshop and I had to like they sent me the galley over and I was just like I have no idea what I'm doing, type of thing. Um, I was just
Meaning like you
like,
didn't know what to do with the pagination and stuff, or meaning because obviously you knew how to illustrate, so that wasn't the
oh no,
issue.
I
But
didn't even know how to illustrate. I don't think I just had this page and I'm just like looking at the words and I'm like trying to think and I was just blank. I just had like really like artist block
yeah,
and I just couldn't. I don't know. There's a point where it's like, do I even know how to draw? Type of thing. Does that happen?
but
And
you've already signed up with Christy.
yeah,
You call her up just crying. I don't know where I am. I don't know what's going on. Uh, or
yeah. I mean, that was later in the future, but it was just it was just a lot of like I was just really um nervous
yeah,
and anxious, and I just really wanted to do like a amazing job, kind of thing. And it was just a lot of pressure I was putting on myself. Um, but yeah, that was like the first. That's the memory I had when I first started. Like the very first book I illustrated was just like
what
a thing I remember from that time.
was looking back on it now? Do you think you have the same sort of um, like? Do you look back on it fondly, or do you still have questions about? I mean, you said the imposter syndrome, which I don't think ever really goes away. But looking back on it, you go like, I really knew what I was doing. Look, were you? Are you happy with the books now, or do you look back going like, wow, I really didn't know what I was doing. I see where I could or where I've improved since.
I think most artists like think of like, oh, they could have done it so much better,
Yeah,
Like, but no, I'm proud of all the work I did. I really, no, I had a good time. It was really a great experience
so
that I had.
okay, what was that like then? Because I look back at some of the first books I did, and I question decisions. I'm not 100% sure why I did what I did. Um, I'm like the fact that you look back on it and you're like proud of what it is. Not that you shouldn't be proud, but more so just like I look back and I immediately see the negatives still at this point. And I going and doing artist talks and things of the sort, I'm always hesitant about like showing old work because I always feel like it's not, or it's subpar. Let's put it that way. Um, so if you have any tips for me about how to be proud of my work, uh, let me know because I need the help.
Yeah, you gotta be proud of it. I mean, you did something like not a lot of people can do, or a lot of people want to do it, and you've done it. Um, so I guess I'm more proud of that
Yeah,
aspect. There's always, the art. You're always growing as an artist. And you know, and that was where I was at that time. That's how I think about it. It was like
yeah,
that's where I was at that time. I can't change anything, but um,
yeah. Do you
you
go?
know,
Do you go do like? Obviously, you said you're going to your wife's school. You said tomorrow. Is that right?
yeah, tomorrow.
Are you all prepped for it? First of all,
No,
okay. So when we're done here, you got to hop off and get all your stuff together. Um,
yeah.
but that's my. I have so like nightmares of having an event like that and then going and not being prepared. Like even last night, I had a book reading for one of my new books, and I forgot to bring the actual book with me. Now, obviously, it sounds horrible. It was at a bookstore, and they had copies of the book there because they sell them, so I could just grab one of those books and read it. but
Yeah.
still, just like I feel like it's in poor taste to show up and go, "Can I borrow one?" But I was on the road already, and I didn't have a choice. But that nightmare of like, am I ready to go do all this? Always has haunted me in my dreams. I'm going to show up and do dumb things like that, but even worse. Let's put it that way.
No,
But
I've
do you
done
do
that
school?
before.
Have you?
I had to do a reading, and I totally didn't have the book with me, and I had to do the same thing. Like, do you have this book? You know?
Can you check your back stock and just see real quick?
Exactly.
Was it at a bookstore or was
Yeah,
it
it was
at a school?
at a
Yeah,
bookstore. It was at Warwick's Books over here in San
yeah,
Diego, if anyone's familiar. But it was just like, just one of those things. I was just in a rush, I guess, or
yeah. People
nervous, and
forget
I just forgot it. It was just like the one thing that you're supposed to.
to have with you. I always
Yeah.
feel, you know what? I honestly always feel a little awkward bringing my own book into a bookstore because I always worry, and this is just like maybe the goody two shoes in me that I immediately go, they're gonna think that I took this book off their shelf. And like, even though it's mine, it's probably beat up because I've used it too much. And when, I'm always worried that it's the like it's the equivalent of like when you walk out of the door at a store and the alarm goes off, and you know you didn't even buy anything, and you're still kind of like looking around, going like, oh, someone thinks that I took something.
Yeah.
And it's like that stress of walking in with a book that I personally own into a bookstore just still feels scary to me to this day. Um, so the last night too with the book event, this is even worse. This makes me sound like I'm a complete idiot, which is not that far from the truth. They said, hey, can you sign some of the stock before you go? And, sign stuff for the people. And I go, yes, and realized I didn't have a pen on me at all. I was like, oh man. And I ran out to my car because I knew I had one out there somewhere. I dumped out a bag that I have like a setup in my car of like all my books. So if I'm out at events or I need them for any purpose, I have them on me. I dumped out that bag and I did not find the pen at first. And I'm like, oh man, I am so screwed because all I had was like this giant 1-inch Sharpie marker, like super wide for like
Yeah.
Sharpie marker. I'm like, I can't sign a book with that. It's gonna be a mess. So, but luckily no one really noticed, and I was in the clear. But we're all fallible.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Things happen.
yeah, life. So when you're sort of working on the books, and obviously, how many books have you done total now?
Shoot, I don't remember.
Haunt me now. It's been 5 years, and you're gonna say like 40 books.
No, nothing like that. I've done like 4 or 5 picture books and what, seven chapter or middle
That's
grade books.
that's still a lot of books in 5 years. How do
Yeah,
you have the time?
I don't. Not really. I don't have any kids or dog or anything, or I just
That,
draw. I kind of had like bad burnout, from just working.
like just overworking or
Yeah, just overworking. Um, I had a long talk with Christy about that and kind of just pulled back on some projects and stuff like that. So
is it? I've had stressful conversations with my agent. There was a time where I had 2 books happening at the same time, and the deadlines were a crunch, and it was causing medical problems and stress related medical problems. And it is shocking how much a person, I assume this may be true for you, like the perfectionist in me and the desire to please as an illustrator was overtaking my ability to sort of stop and sort of be healthy as a person. And so I was like overworking myself and thinking about too much, and just reached out to my agent and said like, I'm having problems with what I do. And she just immediately goes, we'll just ask for more time. And of course they gave it, and it wasn't even an issue. But I assume Christy was super supportive too, just in the like, you need to like take time for yourself situation.
yeah, she was she was really awesome on that front. You know, I was just really I had a bunch of other stuff going on. I had really bad like anxiety happening.
Yeah.
Um, so that was kind of affecting my work too.
Yeah.
Um,
Welcome to being a professional artist. That's, I feel like everybody
yeah,
has serious anxiety as an artist.
yeah. So I just had like really bad anxiety, and I had to go get help for that.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I kind of just had to like stop everything I was doing and just focus on my like actual health and my mental health and stuff, and just kind of did that for like a few weeks. And
It's did you have to explain to anybody? Because I always think this is an interesting challenge of, as artists, the assumption is you live a pretty privileged life. You
yeah,
get to go around and draw and doodle and, essentially be a goofball for a majority of your career. Did you get any pushback from people going like, it's not that stressful?
no, no, like most
Okay,
of the
good.
people were very understanding. Um, you know, I never got that kind of pushback or any kind of flack for that. Um, I mean, there was a lot of work when I came back,
Yeah,
but you know,
nothing takes the stress up like coming back to a lot of work.
yeah.
Uh,
But I was just more prepared for that, and
yeah.
I'm able to handle it a lot better now. Um,
Do you consider picture books easier or tougher than your job that you had prior in the biotech? Or is it just totally different and sort of like hard to compare the two?
uh, it's definitely harder, I would say.
In what way? What would be the like, not that you have to prove to me of any sort. I believe you 100%. But is there something like for me the time management always becomes so challenging. Uh, like dealing with multiple projects or just other things in life in combination with having a deadline. But are there other things that sort of like really made or make you say that it's tougher?
Yeah, the time management part, you're like pretty much your own boss, and you're just kind of left alone. Like no one really checks in on you.
Yeah.
They're just like there's no one every day like checking in on you. Like my boss would check in on me at my biotech job. And I had things to turn in every day, and that was a really hard adjustment.
Yeah.
Just being accountable for like your work schedule, and but yeah, it was just hard, and like the pressure that you put on yourself to like do good work was kind of like the, the biggest thing, I guess, for me. And so that was kind of the hardest thing uh, to work on, and try to like overcome that. I
Yeah.
mean, there's still a lot of pressure, but it's just like uh, I could just deal with it a lot easier.
Are you a perfectionist in your work?
Uh, yeah, I would say so. I think most artists are perfectionists, like um, at some degree.
Yeah, and some do. I was gonna say I'm a perfectionist, but in stuff that probably doesn't show up of any sort. It's the stuff
Yeah.
that like really is important to me, but like as the long run, I was thinking like, am I actually a perfectionist? Well, I don't know as I am in some ways. Like I don't like, is it the perfect line doesn't bother me as much, but there are certain things where like it's got to just feel right, and if it doesn't feel right, it sort of bothers some. I see Mike Petrick's on here, uh, and he says, "Holy smokes, it's nice." Do you know Mike Petrick? Do you know his work?
Uh, I think
He,
um,
one
maybe.
the I think it's One Cool Duck. Mike, bear with me. My brain is mush today, but uh, does a variety of picture books, and he's in
Okay.
Chicago. But
Okay.
he says, "Holy smokes, it's nice hearing that I'm not alone dealing with this anxiety nonsense. Anxious artists unite." And then Dory Doodle SEL says, "Yes, I agree. Anxiety is a very real thing. Thank you for talking about this. I didn't mean for this to turn into a therapy session. Uh, I just keep going back to these like really deep and dark, sort of sentimental conversations. So again, tell me to shut up
No, no,
about it if it's too much.
no, this is good. I mean, just to tell you a little, just to tell you a little something about myself. But like in October, I had like a really bad. I had like a blood clot in both my lungs.
Oh,
Um,
this is
and so I had to go to the hospital, and I was in there for a couple days. Just getting like blood thinners and stuff like that.
yeah.
And they said I was like really close. Like if I didn't come in, then and there, like I would have been dead. Like, um,
Whoa.
yeah.
Okay.
So that was really like a wake up call. And yeah. So after that, I had like really bad anxiety from all that.
Yeah,
So I had to,
I can imagine that would cause a little bit of anxiety, just a
yeah. So
tiny smidgen of it. Was it?
yeah. So I had to go to like a therapy, like a group therapy thing for like 10 weeks.
Oh wow.
Just so I could like um just kind of work all that stuff out. It was just like it really like shocked me to my core. So it was kind of just like um I had to take some time off for that and just like
Is there thinking about that? I again, I don't mean to like. I'm not going to pry into medical history. That's not the point of this of any
yeah.
sort. But thinking about that, is there a like not just on the like work side of it, but did it give you a new appreciation for like your ability as an artist, or like did it bring a new clarity in a way to what you do and the importance of what you do?
Oh yeah, definitely. It was like one of those things that like I don't know, it's just like I'm this is like you're living like your best life right now, and just you should just like really appreciate that and just be grateful for that, and just like
Yeah.
try to soak that up like every day. Just be just really just be glad to be alive, I guess, basically, kind of thing.
I mean, I can imagine like there's those people like when they get older, they end up like we end up with in the kidlit world, and you already know this that it's like there's a ton of people who are coming to it late in life because they never had the opportunity. They their work schedule or whatever it was that they've always wanted to do kidlit, and then they finally have they're in retirement and now they can finally do it or what have
Yeah,
you. Um, and I imagine that it's in a similar vein of like the mindset of like I have to do this now because like I want to make sure I don't miss my opportunity, or that again that clarity of reason for doing it is more than just like I want a career. It's this is something that I have to get out and make sure that I do this properly, sort of thing. That's that I imagine that. And again, I don't know. I have not been through that experience myself, but I imagine if I was in that state, I would have a real moment of like, who am I? What am I doing? And am I wasting time by doing something other than my passion of sorts?
yeah, exactly. That kind of just happened for me, type
That,
of thing.
that's awesome that it's. I mean, it's not awesome that it happened. Well, that's a bad way to start that sentence. It was really cool that you went through that. Man, that sounded like fun. No, the idea that like now I imagine there just is that renewed passion. And is there any way to, and maybe this is me like this is bad. I was gonna say, is there any way to monetize it? No, more so like, is there a story there in it that would ever like come out of you in the sense of like, going through an experience like that? I imagine, obviously, you're not going to go like, "Hey, kids, here's a book about blood clots," but I imagine there is like a way to introduce that and talk about like the fragility of life.
Yeah. I think working on that. I think that theme of like enjoying life and the shortness of it, or the you know,
Yeah.
yeah. I think there's a story in there somewhere. And just
Wait, have you written any books? As far as I
no,
know,
no, not yet.
do you
I'm
want
working
to?
on one.
Okay,
Yes, definitely.
okay.
Um, I'm working on this book called Omar and the Sea. Um,
I saw. Okay, so that because I saw the post about that recently. It was in your feed, I think, and on your site. I think I know it was on
Yeah.
your site. Um, and I didn't know what that I didn't know right off the bat that that was for a book that you were sort of writing at the time.
Yeah.
Is it hard?
It's really hard. It's like one of the hardest things. Like writing is like a totally different language. Kind of feels like for me. It's just like really hard to just figure it all out. Like art just came really easy,
Yeah, yeah.
um, relative to writing. So it was just a lot of work, just a lot of like trying it again and again and again,
Are you
kind of
telling
thing.
me you didn't write any cool stories on those faxes you were sending previously?
Sometimes I do a little comic,
Yeah.
on
Okay. Okay.
them, but yeah. But most of the time it was just a little doodle. But yeah, just writing is just really just a different beast, and just trying to learn the craft of writing. So
Is there a uh are there again tricks that you are trying to imply, like, or not imply, to carry over from the art side? Like I always, effectively it is an art, and it is part of the fine art practice. It's with words, but I have the same problem. Like it is a very hard thing because I didn't get trained in it. It's sort of I'm winging it on a regular basis. Um, but I also know that like it is about subjective elements and about the feel of something and those kind of moments. Is there Are there things that you've noticed in trying to write that you go, oh, this is kind of similar in a way?
yeah, I mean, like less is more type thing.
Okay.
Like
Yep.
using more words doesn't really help the story, if it's not cohesive. And so definitely like less writing is better writing, I guess. And just um, we have a critique group uh, with a bunch of the agency um, authors,
Yeah.
and so I kind of learned stuff from them mostly. So they kind of just helped me. They're like mentoring me, along on
So
this like writing journey.
fill me in real quick because I know that the cat agency does not represent just authors, but they do represent author illustrators, right?
Yes.
Okay. So
Yeah.
so all the people that you're working with are author illustrators. There's not like a hey, I'm just an author. I don't care about pictures at all.
There's there's a few that are just authors.
Oh, okay. But
Yeah.
they're at the agency?
Yeah. I don't think they're for picture books mostly, but
Oh,
I
okay.
think they're like I'm not
Okay. Yeah.
sure. Don't quote me on that, but
I'm a
like I do know I know of one person who's just an author.
Okay. Okay. Um it's one of those things I remember looking up at one point and sort of finding out that is sort of a not that it's a steadfast rule, but I remember seeing on their site because I was doing some mentoring for some folks and we were looking at different agencies. And I remember seeing something saying that like we don't represent just authors, and it may have changed since then too. But I remember that statement altogether. Let's see. Oh, here, Mike Petrick says, I think I've mentioned this on one of these before, but the Dan Harmon story structure essays help me a ton when writing my stories. I always have these available, and we'll go back to them. There's a couple of things that I have that are similar, like story beat things that just sort of help you walk through the story. But I'm also, people assume I'm just like, I've been writing my books and doing all, and like, I wrote 2 books ages ago.
Oh yeah.
I'm not, I feel like I'm no expert or, I need a lot of practice and help too. So, um, and he made for anybody that's watching, he made a link in the comments. If I don't even know, can you link from the comments? But it's there.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
so, uh, is writing something that you knew you wanted to do from the beginning, or is that something that like now that you're in this industry, you're going, hey, I might want to try dabbling in this?
I always know I wanted to tell my own stories, so
Okay.
I didn't know. I didn't really think about writing per se, but I know I wanted to like be a storyteller kind of thing I wanted to do.
Yeah.
So yeah, so I guess this is just one of the paths to doing that. Um, how many books have you written though?
I've written two.
You written two?
Yeah. I know it doesn't sound as impressive when I say that.
No, this is like super impressive.
Well, okay. To me, it does not sound as impressive because it those two were early on in the career. But I've also been so busy with illustrating other people's work
Yeah.
that it's hard to there was a time where even if I wanted to write, I just couldn't find the time to write, and so that also becomes a bit of a challenge in the mix as well. But it is such a like an overwhelming task to me at this point to be able to do that. Um, and what kind of stories? I noticed on your bio it says essentially that I'm going to paraphrase here that you're a nerd because you like comics and sci-fi and all the things that we nerds love. Um, what are some of the like the story that you're talking about there? Sounds like it's not necessarily the Omar story. Doesn't sound, or at least maybe I don't know. What is the gist of the story, or can you give that away? Maybe you can't.
Uh, it's just a. Oh, my wife's looking at me.
Is she saying no? Don't
I
say.
think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, stay tuned.
Yeah.
She gave me that look,
Yeah.
like
Okay.
principal
Yeah.
giving a
No,
student.
don't say it. But is it sci-fi oriented or is
No,
it okay. Okay. The and you said you like sci-fi. What sci-fi are we liking?
um, I'm a big fan of Star Wars. I've been watching Foundation, the Foundation show on Apple TV.
Oh, I don't
Um,
we don't get Apple TV, but so I haven't heard of that one, but
that's
it's
really good.
okay.
Yeah,
I'll trust you.
yeah,
I will.
and I'm just into anything Star Wars, Marvel. Um, I'm not, I tried to watch Rebel Moon, but I couldn't get into that. Um,
That's
Dune.
wait, Rebel Moon is the one that's sort of like Star Wars, but it's like Zack Snyder or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's Zack Snyder's thing.
Okay.
So it was just, and there's supposed
Thing.
to be like three parts or
Yeah.
something. And I was just like, yeah, like I don't know if I can
Okay.
hang in for this one. So
Now you said Star Wars a couple of times, so I'm gonna test your. I'm not gonna test your Star Wars knowledge because you'll win, but I'm gonna test your sci-fi nerdiness here. Um, how do you feel about Star Trek?
Star Trek, I like Star Trek. I'm a big fan of the Picard show. I'm not a
Okay.
big fan of was it
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Discovery?
Oh, wait. Okay, never mind. Never mind. I was floored there for a second because you said you're a big fan of the Picard show, and I'm like, you mean the Next Generation?
No.
I was gonna challenge you, and I realized, oh yeah, there was the Picard show. We watched that. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, yeah.
I was,
Yeah, I was the Next Generation like fan.
yeah.
Original fan when it first came out. I was there watching it on TV, on scheduled TV.
Okay.
Um,
I mean, we're basically. I think I'm a year older than you, so we're in the same ballpark of like the history of watching television at that point. Um,
yeah.
and so yeah, like I remember watching it. My brother was huge into it. I feel like I probably talked about Star Trek on this too much, but um, which one's better, Star Trek or Star Wars?
Um,
I'm throwing you under the bus here. You got to pick a side.
I would say Star Wars. If I had to like get into my head, it would be Star
As
Wars.
long as you're not saying Stargate or Sequest DSV. Then,
I watched all those, SG-1. Even their Atlantis, Stargate Atlantis.
yeah.
I watched that.
But did you wait? Did you watch Sequest DSV?
Yep. I
Okay.
watched that with Jonathan
Yep.
Brandis, right? Was he on there?
Yep.
Yeah.
He was on that. That
And
was
the guy from Jaws, what's his name?
uh
Roy
shoot Roy Schneider.
something. Yeah.
Roy Schneider. I forgot he
Yeah, and
was
they
on
had
that
those
show.
dolphins that were like really
Yep,
smart. They
yep,
talk
yep.
on the ship.
I'm trying to evoke memories and see if I can get you to cry about it, like I've made people cry on here in the past, thinking about their old like art teachers. Instead, I'm throwing you like, hey, do you remember this sci-fi show? Wait, were you a Red Dwarf fan?
No, I never got into Red
Okay,
Dwarf.
okay, good,
No.
good,
Or
good, good.
Doctor
Uh,
Who. I never got into Doctor Who.
I never got into it either. Like I don't. I know there's a huge fandom that goes with it, but I just never got into it of any sort. I
Yeah.
think because did you grow up in the era? I mean, well, I know you what era you grew up in. Were you of the era where when you were watching it was the guy with the long scarf?
Capaldi?
Oh, I don't
No.
know. I
That
maybe
was
so.
no. I really don't remember. I came to it very late,
Okay.
so it was just I don't know. I think it's like very British sometimes, so
Yeah.
I don't get the humor or the I don't know. I just didn't get it, and it just kind of looked really I don't know. It just looked cheap. I guess is the word.
You were gonna get hate mail after this. Uh, how dare you call it cheap? I mean, come on. It's a show where his magical thing is a
Yeah.
screwdriver. I'm just gonna talk smack now about Doctor Who. Their big bad enemies are trash cans. It's
Exactly.
not. Yeah.
The
It's
Daleks or whatever.
yeah.
It's
Yeah.
just like I mean, there's one with the angels, the crying angels episode. That was actually pretty good.
Oh,
But
see, I don't remember enough of it to like. Okay, so let's. What's a deep dive sci-fi thing for you? Like, what's a show or a movie that you're like, this is the one that no one knows about that they should know about?
uh Buckaroo Banzai.
Okay.
Have you heard of
Okay.
that?
I've heard of that
Okay.
one. I think I've watched a little bit
Okay.
of it. Not a
Okay.
ton, but I have watched
Let's
that.
say that. Ice Pirates.
Oh. Okay. I've been meaning to watch that again, and I looked it up online to see what the rating was on that.
Yeah.
Not so good. I want to say it's got like 16% or something of the sort on Rotten Tomato. So it is not well received.
Yeah.
That's what,
A lot of the stuff that we liked as kids does
yeah,
not hold up.
yeah.
You know, but
But I
it's just
loved Ice Pirates.
yeah.
That was one of those ones where I was like, that was a go-to for me of that era. And I don't even remember 100% about it, like what the story was. I remember it was sort of sci-fi, sort of like piratey.
Yeah.
What about my go-to for the one that I loved, and maybe this is one that not everybody knows, but do you remember Solar Babies?
No. It sounds
Oh,
familiar, but I'm trying to think of it and I
uh,
can't even.
an apocalyptic world. Ready? Here's the pitch. It's an apocalyptic world wherein all the water is dried up, and there's a dam that's holding up all the water, and they all these kids work. They like teenagers work at some. I don't even know what they do, but they're in this sort of almost the equivalent of like a concentration camp. But they all ride on roller skates.
Okay, I remember it.
And yeah,
I
and
mean,
then
there's a few roller skating like sci-fi.
yeah,
Yeah.
like we just watched the remake of Thunderball. I
Mm.
think that's Rollerball or one of the. I don't remember which one it was. Um, but yeah, there's quite a few out there. But Solar Babies had the cool alien ball that glowed, named Bodhi or Bodhi. I don't remember which. And it had Lucas Haas in it, and so like it was a go-to for me.
Okay.
If you ever get a chance, I'm telling you, it's so high quality. It's like going to see Oppenheimer or any Christopher Nolan movie. But no, it's not. Not even close. um,
Yeah.
so,
There was this one I forgot the name of. It was called Wraith, I think. This is a car. This guy
oh
gets
yeah, yeah, yeah,
murdered
yeah.
and this car there's racer, I guess, and the car is like
He like
supernatural kind of
he comes
thing that
back as the
happened.
car or something, right?
Yeah, yeah. It
Yeah, yeah.
comes back as like this futuristic car type of thing. And but it was just like all over the place. Like I remember, the 80s and late 80s had like really good bad TV shows or movies.
We watch a podcast that's called "How Did This Get Made?"
Oh yeah, I
Or
listened to that. Yeah.
yeah, and like I think that's where we watched Wraith because of that in particular. Um, that movie, I think they did it on there, but we watched so many bad movies at this point, and they're all like from my childhood.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think, there was some other sci-fi one that I was like, oh, this is another really good one that I loved that probably no one else ever heard of. But now, how much time? Like, are you someone who sort of bringing this back to art of some
All
sort?
right.
I'm gonna try. Um, are you someone that when you work, you listen to or watch things, or do you need like dead silence?
No, I listen to stuff. I have to listen to stuff. I can't just be in a room that's just really quiet.
Okay, so what are we listening to then?
Uh, I listen to podcasts. Um, have you ever heard like Last Podcast on the Left?
Yep.
Yeah, so I listen to that.
Wait, is it? It's last podcast on the left, and isn't there like last house on the left too? That's a like, or am I thinking maybe I'm
Yeah,
I know the podcast I'm talking about, but I also feel like it's based on some other phrase or another
yeah.
podcast.
No,
Like
it's
it's
a movie, The Last House on the
okay,
Left. I
that's
think
what
they
it is.
remade it
Yeah.
a
Okay.
while ago, but it's just like this like intruder type, like you have to like survive type of thing. That movie, but yeah,
Do you
um,
listen to like murder podcasts?
yeah. I listen to a lot of my favorite.
My favorite murderer.
Yeah, my favorite. I was gonna say killer, but it's murderer. I listen to that. Um, I listen to this podcast where they talk about old Law and Order episodes.
Okay. Okay.
Um, so I listen to that. And sometimes audiobooks, you know, just something like where people are talking.
Yeah.
So I just, because it's such solitary. Um,
A solitary lifestyle.
yeah, it's
In the
very
studio.
solitary, like
Yeah.
work situation.
Yeah.
You
We
know,
we're,
so,
we've been going through all the Star Trek Next Generation, and then listening to a podcast called Treks in the City.
okay.
That's two ladies talking about Star Trek afterwards, and there's a lot about like the fashion and things of the sort that go along with that. But there we do a lot of podcast listening in this house too. But oddly enough, I don't get in the studio enough to listen to podcasts all that much while I'm working. So it's mainly when I drive that we hit them up. But I saw something ages ago that talked about how like kidlit authors, or not authors, but illustrators, and specifically kidlit illustrators have this day job where we like draw cute things and cute characters, and then in the background we're actually listening to, they found the body in the barrel in the woods, and you're like, oh, that is not what you expect from someone who's making like cute little puppies on a page.
Yeah, exactly.
And I don't know what that is, if it's like just us trying to like let out the dark side that we all have in our listening interests. But I just find it funny because I feel like it's very true that people listen to things that are probably not age appropriate. I'm not listening to like little kid podcasts
Yeah,
as I do this.
yeah. I don't listen to that. I don't listen to. I don't know. I just like, oh, this person had a worse day than me, so yes, it's not I could have been that person type of thing. you know?
I'm living the high life here because I'm not buried in some weird shallow grave.
yeah.
um,
Um,
the the with speaking about like sort of listening to stuff, are you able to watch stuff as you work?
Not really. I mean, I'll have stuff on. Like I watch a lot of The Office um, when it's on,
Yeah.
or I have it. I bought the actual box set, so I have it on demand, and I'll put it on, but I'm just listening to it mostly. Like I'm not really watching it.
Okay. I've never understood. Like I understand you could have like a movie that you've seen before on in the background, And maybe that's what most people are doing. But I hear so many, like, especially with my students, a lot of them will be like, "Yeah, I'm watching someone play a video game as I work." And I'm like, how do you do that? Because I can't work and pay attention to something visually at the same time because I'd be constantly looking up, and I don't
Yeah,
quite get that. But I understand, like, yeah, if it's a movie, like, I've seen The Office all the way through, and of course, if you're watching that, you can sort of just tune in and listen to the jokes in a way because you can envision what's happening in your head. Um,
yeah.
but you're official because you're not just like, hey, I'm gonna pull up Hulu or Netflix and watch The Office. You have a box set. That's
No, I got it from Apple, like, iTunes type of thing. But
oh, okay.
um, because I
I thought you
watched
said
it so often,
yeah.
and they were taking it off of Netflix, and I didn't want to buy whatever streaming it was gonna be on.
Okay.
So I was just like, and it was on sale for like $30, so I just bought it.
All right. Makes sense. What's are you a collector of like shows and movies and stuff, or is it primarily streaming?
Yeah, most a lot of shows, a lot of cartoons. I'm a Rick and Morty fan. Samurai Jack. I
Okay.
would. I have the last season of Samurai Jack. Um, Robotech.
Oh
um, some Transformers episodes. Different episodes or different shows. Like, you ever watch Fringe?
no. Wait, that's a sci-fi movie, right?
It's
Or a
a
sci-fi show like from the Sci-Fi Network?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
It was that had what's his name from the Mighty Ducks on there. Um,
Joshua Jackson?
yeah,
Yeah.
him.
I mean,
Yeah.
not that I know. Um, I mean, he was also on Dawson's Creek, so I don't know why you would pull the Mighty Ducks as your go-to. And of course, Dawson's Creek was the real star of the show.
Yeah, I just didn't want
Um,
to give it a people that know I watched
yeah,
Dawson's Creek. But everyone watched Dawson's Creek when it was
that's
yeah.
just a given. You had the box set to that. You were you had T-shirts and everything for that one. Um, the I this is a weird fact. This is a strange fact to pull up here, and because you brought up Mighty Ducks, I have to bring this up. When I was in high school, I went to high school in Minnesota, so there was lots of like, cold winter sports like hockey and stuff. And a guy in my homeroom in my high school was the stunt double for the goalie in Mighty Ducks.
Oh yeah?
Pretty cool.
Yeah, that's
I know.
pretty cool.
You might want to put your socks back on because I just blew them off with that statement. Um,
No, that's big time.
yeah.
The Mighty Ducks were like
Oh,
huge.
huge. So, the uh, how much time do you find to actually pick up Kidlit and read Kidlit, or do you not at all? Because some people don't, and that's okay. I mean, it's breaking the rules, but whatever.
No, I read not as much as I would like, but I read it fairly often. Um, I never really timed my or like kept track.
Yeah.
So, but I read it fairly often.
And I know we started out with like we talked a little bit about sort of not having a lot of representation when you were young. Were there books that you sort of gravitated to when you were young for like Kidlit?
Um, Not really. I wasn't a big reader, or I don't think anyone ever read to me. I mean, other than school, I can't really remember anything that stands out.
This is the sad part of the show where, where you reveal some hard truths to everybody. The was did you have access to a lot of books when you were young? Like some people just didn't get to the library all that often, or like I know I had books, but I don't think it was a big thing in my life at that time. Um,
Yeah, no, I was a big book kid. I go to the library and I would like max out on all the books that you could read. I think I was like I started reading at an older grade level at a very young age. I was reading like Hardy Boys,
oh,
and stuff like that when I was a kid.
must have been nice.
Um, I was reading a lot of Conan the
Yeah.
Barbarian too, so
Oh,
it was
that's a
just
choice. Wait, how old were you when you were reading Conan the Barbarian?
I don't know. I was like pretty young. Um,
Just the
I don't know, probably like 8 or 9, I think.
that's not too crazy
Yeah,
then.
yeah.
I mean, when I feel like when I was, there's a book that I really loved when I was growing up, and I don't like the author all that much now. Not all that much. I don't like the author now because of some of his political stances.
Okay.
But I remember being about that age. Have you ever heard of the book Ender's Game?
Yes.
I mean, obviously
Yeah.
they made it into a movie and stuff. Like, I don't agree with his political choices and his belief systems. But man, that book like just hit at the right time when I was little. And I remember reading that probably before I should have as well. Maybe a little bit older than what you were talking about there, but um, that was one of those ones that just like hit hard for me. Of some
Oh,
sort.
really?
Have you read it?
Yeah, I've read
Yeah.
it. I don't think it really impacted me that much. I remember liking the book,
Yeah.
and I remember the sequel to that book, the
Speaker of the
yeah,
Dead.
Speaker of the Dead.
Yeah.
I didn't like that. I remember that, but
Now those were definitely not as good as the original book,
yeah,
but there was one that was called Ender's Shadow. That if you remember in the book, there was a character named Bean who
yeah.
is sort of his friend. Ender's Shadow is about the character Bean, and it goes back and tells the same story as Ender's Game, but from a different point of view. And it may be even better than Ender's Game, in
Oh,
my
really?
opinion. Yeah, but again, I don't want to pay anything to that author, so I'm staying away from him. Uh, yeah, were there books that like you were fond of back in the day that were like? I mean, you said Conan the Barbarian stuff, but was there sci-fi stuff or things that like now you look back and you go, oh, that was an awesome series, or I wish I could read it again, kind of situation?
Trying to think. I don't know. I was Wheel of Time books were really. I got that when I was in high school, but yeah, I remember reading the Wheel of Time books. And
Did you read Star Wars books?
not really. I read the Thrawn the Thrawn books, Heir to the Empire. Um, those were pretty good. I mean, there's a lot of Star Wars books, and they were really bad, most of them.
Yeah.
Like Shadows of the Empire was really good. Um, but no, I'm pretty sure I read like most of the Star Wars books, but I don't think I had like an affinity to any of them. So,
Now
um,
you're a comic person too,
yeah,
right?
I'm a big time comic person.
Okay, so let's talk comics for a second, because that's art, and people will go, "Hey, that's connected." Uh, uh, what comics were we growing up with?
Just Marvel, DC. I was a big Marvel fan. I wasn't much of a big DC fan until later. But
Okay.
I was Thor was like one of the big comics that I got into. Um, Spider Man was a big comic.
Yeah.
Hulk, um, X Men. Wasn't a big Avengers person, but I had some issues of that. Um,
Wait, you had some issues of that, or you had issues with that?
no, I bought some issues
Oh, okay. So
of
I had some
them.
issues with it. There was,
Yeah.
uh,
Um, but yeah, I collected a lot of comic books.
were
I think
you
my
a
parents have them.
Image comic book
Yeah,
person?
yes, Wild
Yep.
Cats, Savage Dragon, Spawn was Spawn Image.
Spawn was Image.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It
Yeah,
was one of the
Spawn.
original. I think it was, yeah, Savage Dragon, Spawn, Wildcats, and
Was it the
what was
Max?
the Max
Was the
was
Max?
sort of early
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of all the different ones were of that era. I just sold all of my comic collection
Oh, really?
for a tiny fraction of what probably what I bought them for, um, because it was all that era. So it was like everybody collected stuff at that time.
Yeah.
So that there wasn't a lot of like amazing comics, and then there were a couple of like signed things that probably made the price what it was. But um, the it was all like Image Comics and Marvel Comics for me. Although, you know what I did really love was Valiant Comics, and I feel like no one.
Nah, I never got into that.
Yeah, it was one of those weird ones. Or what about? Were you a Dark Horse person? You
Yeah,
like Dark Horse?
yeah,
Okay. I
yeah.
uh, there's it was a rare instance there. So Thor, what was it about Thor that drew your love? That was the first one you mentioned, so I assume that that's like your go-to.
It was like the art. I think it was on it. I think was it Jack Kirby was still drawing at the time, but
Oh,
I just remember that I was really gravitating towards the art, and it was like I didn't know what it was. I was like, what is a comic? You know? Um, and I just opened up and it was like a lot of art and there was like a story and it was just really like the first thing I ever opened that like kind of just like exposed me to drawing and art and stuff.
were you like trying to draw from the comics? Like try to
Oh yeah.
or like were you
Yeah.
like, oh, I'm gonna draw Thor or Spider-Man or what have you, and try to make my work look exactly like that, like
Yeah.
all of us
Yeah.
of that era.
Definitely did that.
Um, I know that there were years where I was like, I'm gonna make my own comic book characters, and
Yeah.
so bad.
Yeah.
They were all standing behind a hill because I didn't know how to draw, and they were all sort of uh, way too muscly for their own good. Like
I
way
wanted
too.
to be like a cartoonist. Like I was a Calvin Hobbes fan.
Okay.
And so I was just like, oh, I'm gonna do that. Like, I'm gonna make a comic, like a daily comic, and be like that guy.
Have you read Calvin and Hobbes recently?
Um, no,
And I
not
have
recently.
sort of a pointed question here, which is, I don't know if I like it as much as I did
Really?
when, like, I went back and I saw some recently, and I was like, it's good, and maybe it's just the ones that I saw, but I feel like I like it more as a nostalgic thing than actually like, oh, this is an amazing comic strip. And I think part of it is probably less about sort of like, is it good quality, and more so like my tastes have changed so dramatically. I know,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm probably like, again, throwing myself under the bus here and making myself like, um, hopefully saying throwing myself under the bus is not causing your wife in the background to go to freak out every time I say that. Not again.
Nah.
Um, but it just like, it's great, it's fine, but I feel like I look back at it and I was like, it's not the same thing that I once had, and so I feel like part of it is just like it hit at the right time for my age,
Yeah.
but is it the thing that I like now? Like, I think I need much more like weird esoteric comics in order for me to be like, oh, that's funny or silly, because I need the something to surprise me more, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it was just like a big thing in my life when I was a kid. I would like get the paper and
Oh,
go to the comics section and just um, look at the Calvin Hobbes, and I don't know. I had all the books that came out
yep.
of Calvin Hobbes, and I don't know. It's just like one of the big inspirations in my life was like that comic strip. So
Did you get the books through Scholastic Book Fair?
no, I would go to Walden Books
Oh,
and
okay, okay.
buy
I just
them.
I always think of like getting every time I got a Calvin and Hobbes book, it was through the Scholastic thing, or it was a Garfield book.
Oh yeah, Garfield was
Garfield.
like yeah.
Again, I don't know if you've gone back and looked at a Garfield
No.
comic. It doesn't have the same pizzazz that it once did. In my life. Um, the are there? Well, first of all, do you still get the paper?
No, I don't
Okay.
think I got paper in like 15 years, I think. I don't
Okay,
know.
good, good. If you did, I mean, you're still faxing things from what I heard, so you might be still getting the paper, and you're not willing to admit it. Um, is there a what do I want to say? Like when you look at comics, is there a type of comic that you wish, or obviously like superhero stuff is big, but was there other type of comics that you were into back in the day, as far as uh, like were you into like film noir stuff? Were you into uh, like independent comic scenes, or was it primarily the like Marvel, DC, and pretty sort of down the line there?
It was mostly Marvel and DC. I wasn't really. I didn't even know those type of comics existed. I just thought it was just the superhero ones. Like I'm a big fan of like Jeff Lemire stuff now, you know, and um, but yeah, I was just mainly a superhero comics kind of kid. I kind of got burnt out on that though,
You know,
actually. So
just because of like having so many and reading so many, or why'd you get burnt out, out of curiosity?
it was just the same story, you know. It was like, okay, Batman's gonna save the day. You know, he might get his butt kicked or something might happen, but you know, the next
Yeah.
couple of issues, he's gonna come back. You know, like none of the heroes are actually ever die. You
Are
know,
you
or have
saying
like,
after Superman's death he came back?
yeah, of course,
What? Yeah,
yeah,
the whole like the multiverse where they can bring back anybody they want whenever they want. I remember being challenged by that with the Superman's death. I was so surprised. I was like, they killed off Superman, and then they're like the next week he's back and he's doing the same old thing. Um,
yeah. There was like three of them or something, or four Supermans,
yeah, yeah.
and it was just like, it was just
I
not for me anymore. It was just like, okay,
I forget what the story was with his like return, but I remember being sort of like, all right, fine. And of course, that's one of the comics that I have like signed because everybody had that comic.
yeah,
I
everyone had it, yeah,
this Dan starts with a J, like Jorgens or I don't know, something like that was his name. But and so now you still read comics?
yeah. I read comics. I just read different types of comics. I
What?
guess Jeff Lemire stuff. Um, I was into Paper Girls,
Okay.
um, and just
Wait,
like,
Paper Girls. Did you watch the show Paper Girls?
yeah, that wasn't a great show, but yeah, I watched it.
We watched it because of Jason Mantzoukas
Yeah,
being on it. We were like really excited because he was on it, and we wanted more of it because of him more so than anything, because it sort of
yeah,
ended so abruptly. But I don't know the comic to be able to say whether it was good or bad based on that. So I'm assuming the comic was way better.
yeah. It was just, it's just different when on the in the comic um, than it is seeing it on screen because there's like a lot of like subtext to
Yeah,
it. So
yeah, that makes
I don't think that was coming across
in the
on the show.
yeah the like I don't even remember. There was like weird stuff that happened at the end of the last episode that I remember thinking like, oh, this is gonna go somewhere, and it was gone. I've
Yeah,
already
I don't think I even watched the last. I think I got halfway through and
yeah.
like I was done.
Uh, I'm trying. What was? No, I feel like you mentioned another one after that I was going to ask about. But do you, with the comics, when you do read the comics and stuff, is there a what do I want to say? Is there like a storytelling device that you look for as far as like, because we're coming from this world of like pagination and telling a story and all the fun stuff that comes along with kidlit. Um, do you look at comics differently now that you're sort of in this world?
Mm, no, I'm just a fan and I just read it for like the entertainment. Like I just kind of
Like
I don't really
zone.
think about it
Yeah.
like that.
Did
So
I
I
just
just
ruin it
kind
for you then?
of no, no. It's just I don't know. I just love the art form of it. So I'm just like I'll always be a fan of like comic books
Yeah.
and like storytelling through comics.
Have
I
you
think it's one of like the purest forms of storytelling that you can do.
Have you
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 know?
thought about turning some of your book ideas into graphic novels?
Yes, I've thought about that a lot. And yeah, so just trying to figure out where to start on that.
There's
Yeah.
it is overwhelming. Like I thought about it too at one point, and I just don't have the fortitude to be able to stick to a drawing for that long.
Yeah. Yeah, cuz I was talking to Betty, she's one of the artists in the Cats, and she's had a few graphic novels.
Yeah.
Her Parachute Kids
Okay.
was one of, and I was just talking to her about it, and it was just like it just seemed like a really big task. You know, it's like you have to be really like dedicated. Like you have to really like have your time management down and all that. And it's just yeah, it's just a lot.
Look, it just seems so like the amount. Like I already think picture books are like when you start drawing them, you're like, oh man, this is gonna be a long night situation, and then you add on top of that, you're gonna add so many more pages, and obviously it can be black and white and other things of the sort, but it still needs to be multiple illustrations essentially per
Yeah,
page. All has to flow together and whatnot. And it seems uh, more taxing than I'm willing to manage right now in my life. But at some point, I mean, I've had people say like, "Oh, you should turn that into a graphic novel. You should think about graphic novels." But
yeah.
I just don't know. It's up my alley at this point.
Did you read
Um,
um Dan Santat's graphic novel?
the most recent one, the one that you won
Yeah,
uh,
First Time for Everything
yeah,
or something.
yeah, I have it here. I haven't had a chance to read it yet. My wife read it. I think I got it for her as a Christmas gift or birthday gift or something a while back, and it's been sitting around. I don't do as much reading of Kidlit as my wife does. My wife is
Okay.
she's the one that goes to the library and picks up all the books, and she's the one that like I mean she reads them and then she goes to me like your assignment is you got to read this. And it's partially because I'm just like running around all over the place doing teaching and other things. Um, but I know that it's stellar, and I've heard so many great people sort of say this is an amazing book, and obviously it won some awards, so it's not like they're out of line saying that.
Yeah, it's really good. I liked it.
Yeah,
And I'm not.
the idea of like his work and then applying it to a sort of um, is First Time for Everything? Is that the one? That's the one. It's his personal story, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was gonna say there's the other one that was what was the
the,
under the
the
Aquanaut.
yeah,
Yeah,
Aquanaut. Yeah,
I get those two confused, but yeah, hearing his personal story in his style, but those two combinations feel kind of interesting to me. I just haven't had the time to do it yet.
yeah. It's really, really good. You should carve out some time and like read it. And he's a really good storyteller. He
Yeah.
just um I just think he's like one of my inspirations in Kidlit. Just
So, have you ever met him?
yeah. I actually met him in Austin at
Okay.
the SCBW. We're at the same conference or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, so I kind of had and there was like a little like lunch dinner thing afterwards, and I talked to him for a minute.
Okay. That's yeah. He's extremely nice, but he's also like he's one of those people. I don't know if you follow him on Instagram, but like he'll try basically any food or any
Oh,
drink,
really?
like weird sodas and stuff like that. I was talking to him at one point, and he was talking about how he went overseas. I'm trying to remember where it was that he went. He got invited by like the queen or the first lady of some like sort of what do I want to call it, like Eurasian company or country of some sort, and went over there, and he was telling us all about like his adventures there,
Yeah.
and so wild what he did, and like their food. He was telling us about like eating foods that I was like, I would never dare even touch that. But to him, it was like, yeah, I'll try it. And just a good storyteller altogether as a person. And so
Yeah.
um, I've met him a couple of times, but I've talked to him online quite a bit. And he's one of those people where, like, yeah, his speed at which he works and like the amount of books that he's done, and then you find out like how many he does in a year. And you're like, what is wrong with him? How does he manage to do all of that? Because I can barely manage, 1 or 2 books a year. He's pumping out like 5 to 6
Yeah.
every time.
I remember his talk in Austin. He was talking about Beagle and how he came up with that story. And he was saying he did like 13 books in 1 year, I think, if I remember correctly. Maybe
Yeah,
I'm remembering it wrong.
it's some
But
ridiculous amount like
I was like, that is. Well, this is before I got into drawing professionally, but I was like, oh, that's a lot. That seems like a
yeah,
lot. I was like,
trying
yeah.
trying to put us all to shame on how good he made this. Um,
Yeah.
the what was I gonna say? There was a time where I was talking to him online, and someone was mentioning that like, oh, Dan's just in the background writing, and he'll talk online and write at the same time, and that is the craziest thing I've
Yeah.
ever heard of. Like,
Yeah.
I
I
can
don't.
understand drawing while you make art or while you talk, but writing while you talk, whole different thing. I don't get it at all, but that's his prerogative, and he can have fun with that.
Yeah. Just like talking and drawing is really hard for
You're,
me,
you're doing good right now. I've been looking over and watching the feed here, and I haven't seen you like stop to like to try to say something. There was at the
Yeah.
beginning. At the beginning of this, I will admit I was like, "Are you going to start drawing?" Because it was like trying to figure out the files or something of the sort. I was like, oh, he's not going to draw. And then finally it popped open. I'm like, oh yeah, he's got it. But it is a weird skill to pick
Yeah.
up. It is a weird skill.
Yeah.
I just got um, because I don't know if it's because of this, like doing Gab and Doodle, but I just got asked the other night at a book event if I would help host a big book fair thing, like get up on stage and host. And I'm assuming part of it is because I'm here and I just like constantly am talking on this. And they go, oh, you can handle a crowd, which I don't know if I can or not. Um, but it is a skill to like be able to talk, especially like going to the school events and whatnot.
Yeah.
Uh, how many school events have you done so far?
Uh, like 4 or 5. Not that
Okay,
many. Um, yeah, I'm pretty introverted, so I don't really. It's not my cup of tea, but um,
but you do it because it's part of the job.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, my wife has a lot of teacher friends, so
Oh yeah, she could probably get you book readings everywhere, right?
yeah. I mean, but I'm the roadblock on that one. So
Yeah, yeah. You're big in the San Diego circuit. There. Um, are you in San Diego proper, or are you outside of San Diego?
yeah. I guess it's San Diego proper. I'm what 15 minutes away from the convention center where they have Comic Con. Um,
Oh, have you been to
so
that?
yeah, I was going almost every year for the last 15 years, I think.
Okay, and which magic girl did you dress up as?
That,
You're-
nah, I never dress up. Um,
I'm gonna find some photo of you dressed up as a like manga magic girl, and then I'm gonna bring it up and I'm gonna post it in your Instagram or find you and hunt you down and go, hey, what about this though? What is that Comic Con? I said it really slow and drawn out. What is Comic Con like? I've never been to that one. I've been to other
um,
events, but not necessarily that.
yeah, before the pandemic, um, it was like the biggest thing of the year here in San Diego.
Yeah.
It was just like a lot of energy. It was like really exciting. Um, it was just like a lot of like you're just going from one place to another. You're just a lot of walking. Um, just going to different panels, trying to get into certain um, panels and stuff like that. Going down to the exhibition floor and trying to get your toys or trying to get a collectible. Sorry, not toys, but
Yeah, you were down there getting My Little Ponies, right?
no. I
You're
was
not a
like,
brony? You're not a
no. Like, there's this like Magic the Gathering card one year that they had. It was like really like the hot thing
no.
that year, and I had to stand in line for that. It was like an all day thing too, and
But just to get the card?
yeah, it was like this axe that came with the card, and so
Oh,
there's like this big battle axe. And I'm not a big Magic the Gathering person, but it was just like it was a thing, and I could get it, so I did. So, but
now, is your wife into all this stuff too?
no, not really. She indulges me, so but
So does she just watches you leave dressed up in your costume, which you won't admit to, I understand, but she watches you leave
no,
and then
she'll drop me off. She'll like instead of
okay, okay.
getting like a Uber or taxi or whatever, or driving yourself, because driving yourself is like horrible uh
Just
to go to
because of
Comic-Con.
yeah, everybody's it's an I went to a convention there once and I remember like it wasn't that, but I remember it being sort of uh, hard to get around there. It was a technology convention at the time, and I remember it being sort of hard to manage, especially because it has like aren't there like railroad tracks there that you have to or like subway tracks that you have to
Yeah, there's a
cross?
trolley
Yeah,
right there.
I just remember that part of it and being like, oh, I have to sit here and like deal with all the foot traffic across that.
Yeah,
But it wasn't even
yeah.
Comic Con. I imagine Comic Con's even like way worse because of just the foot traffic. Um, and was I've heard recently that the actual Comic Con is like none of the big TV shows and stuff are going anymore, or it's limited compared to what it was.
Yeah, that's what I heard too. I haven't gone a lot since like the pandemic started.
Yeah,
Um, and they just all kind of just like it was easier for them to control their own message, so they would just like have their own mini Comic Con type thing.
yeah.
So it was
Other
just
locations,
yeah,
yeah, kind
it
of
was
thing.
just like easier. They like don't have to outshine another show or something like that. So it's just like we'll just do our own thing here and stream it and so because Hall H used to be a big thing. Um, because you get to see the trailers for like the new movies and stuff like
Oh,
that.
okay.
And
I was like, I don't know what that means when you say Hall H. So
yeah, Hall
now
H was
now
like a
I get it.
yeah, and um, but now like you know everything pops up on YouTube like literally like an hour later, so it wasn't just like a big deal anymore because sometimes people are waiting like all day, just to get into the hall. So um,
Now, have you been to any like bring this back to Kidlit for a second? Have you been to any major like book fairs like the ALA, American Library Association, or um, any of those, or is it primarily the society stuff that you've attended?
just mostly the society stuff. I haven't really done a lot of the society stuff. Also, I've just been so busy.
Yeah,
But
I mean, who knows where it stands now? Actually, I don't know if it's the same thing out there, but here it's they've really limited what they're going to do going forward just because of the cost um, of how the pandemic hit the whole like the scene. Let's put it that way.
yeah.
Um, the in New England here we have one big one for New England. And apparently, it's one of the biggest ones, or was one of the biggest ones, because there's just a lot of kidlit people out here in New England. Um, but the pandemic, the last time I went, which was I think last year, it was sort of dismal the amount of people that showed up because of the pandemic.
Oh, really?
People just, oh yeah, it's just a different environment than what it once was.
Yeah, I wanted to go to the big ones that they have, the LA one and the
New York.
New York one. but just hadn't had the time or the it's expensive.
or
So,
or or the patience to put up with all those weirdos. uh,
yeah.
yeah, what was I gonna say? I was gonna try to go to Icon this year, and schedule wise, I don't think it's gonna work out. But that's probably the other one that I would try to go to. Like, I want to go to the New York Society of Children's Book Writers and Illustrators one, but that Bologna and
Oh
Icon,
yeah.
those are the ones I want to hit.
What's the
Um,
icon? Is it
Icon is the illustration conference. It happens every 2 years in different cities.
okay?
And so, like, this summer, it's in Minneapolis in June, I think. It's like a three, and it's every type of illustration. So there's art directors and art buyers and all that kind of stuff there, and workshops and whatnot. But it's sort of a more general illustration. But there'll be like fantasy people there and kidlit people and all sorts of stuff.
Oh, nice. I think ALA is here this year.
Is that
This
in San
year?
Diego?
Yeah, that's what
That's
I
awesome.
heard. I don't know. I might try to go to that. So and
Yeah,
do
that's.
that.
I didn't realize that, like, if I ask a publisher, like, hey, I'm going to be in the area, they would get me in, because it's not a you can just walk in. You have to be associated with the publishers and stuff. But as long as you front yourself, some publishers will say, like, yeah, we'll have you come in and poke around and whatnot. But I went to one. I think I went to the one right before the pandemic hit, and
Okay.
so, like, literally, like, went home after it, and, like, I think a month later everything shut
Oh,
down.
oh wow.
Yeah, I didn't get to experience the true joy of it again since, but at some point I'll get back out to it. I gotta cut. Hold on a second. I'm gonna make a loud noise here as I cut some paint.
All right.
Um, what? Tell me a little bit about sort of the goals, future goals as a illustrator.
Uh, Definitely want to write my own book,
Okay.
author, illustrate that. Do a lot more of that, and then I don't know. The awards are always like the thing that you kind of want to get. As an illustrator, like the Caldecott or the Purple, um, some of those other ones
The
that they have. So
wait,
those are
you say
like always nice
purple?
to. What?
What did you say? The purple?
Yeah. Did I say the purple? The is it?
What is the purple? Maybe I don't know that
I don't
award.
know. Maybe I'm saying it wrong. I'm thinking of something
Okay,
else.
okay, sure. Well,
Yeah.
that one, yeah. Uh, yeah. Do you, are you interested in writing and illustrating those kinds of books? Because that is sort of like there's not necessarily that all the books fall into that sort of type, but I've had the same, like, question in my mind of, like, do I want to um, what kind of book do I want to do, and is that the award for me? Like, I don't think the books I do now will ever win one of those awards.
Yeah.
I just it's I work on dumb books, silly book. Dumb books is probably a bad way to put it, but silly books. Um, but is there like a certain type of book that you want to work on that you think would be, like, right up that alley?
Um. No, I don't think so. Um. Maybe one day, but I don't think any of the books also I'm working on are like that. Um. I'm not really sure what type of like the Caldecott books are like. Is that what you're saying? They're a little heavier, or
Yeah, I always think of, like, they're not going to make a book about, like, burps be the be the star
yeah,
of the Caldecott. It always has, like, a deeper message. But I mean, there are books like Hot Dog is not like a super deep, meaningful book. I mean, it is,
yeah,
but not in the same way that some of the other things are. But I always think of, like, the work that I do tends to be the, like, a lot of lowbrow or a little bit farcical, I guess, in a way, comparatively to what I see in those Caldecott books. They tend to be a little bit more sort of like meaningful or impactful, and a book like the books that I do tend to be potty humor,
Oh.
just straightforward potty. And so like I just don't know if I mean there's part of me that says like, oh, I would love to make one of those books that like have deep meaning, but I just don't know if it's in the cards for me at some point.
Yeah, I think I, uh, the book I'm working on, like Omar and the Sea, could be that type of book, I
Yeah,
guess. It's not something I'm like setting out for. I'm just like trying to tell a good
yeah,
story,
yeah. Story first.
but yeah, it's not a silly book, I guess. I guess it's more of a, oh, I wouldn't know how to describe it, but it's definitely not a silly book. But
Is
it
it
is a book for,
a book that will make you cry?
no, I don't think so. um,
Have you ever read a book that made you cry?
like a picture book?
I'm any book.
Any book that made me cry? No, I don't think so.
A Very Hungry Caterpillar.
Mm-mm.
No, I'm trying to think of, like, what would be the funniest joke to play, like the type of book that would make you cry. Uh, Dang, I can't think of a good one that would be a funny one to play against. Um, I don't know if I've ever cried, but I know people that have read picture books and like teared up because like it was so moving and things of the sort. But I'm just not that type of person. I'm like,
Yeah, not for a book. I mean, some movies made me cry,
okay,
but not.
okay, wait, nope, we're going there. Uh, what movies made you cry?
Um, some movie that makes every guy cry. I guess Field of Dreams.
I don't see. I don't think that
Did
one made me cry.
it make you cry?
No, I could see like Rudy or something like that. But I'm not a baseball
His
person, so
dad
like that.
comes back to play catch with him.
I guess I'll have to go back and watch. But I wasn't a big sports person to begin with, so like I didn't ever have that like, oh, my dad coming back to play. But I've mentioned on here before, Cocoon got me. Uh,
Cocoon with the old
yeah. Hey, wait,
with
don't
the
laugh, don't laugh. Uh, yeah, I mean it's the same thing. It's like a grandfather leaving, and so like I don't know, it hit at the right time. Don't judge me. Don't judge me.
yeah, no, Field of Dreams is like great because it's like a father and son story. The son like never got to tell his father all these things, and you know he's able to get that chance again. And it's just like a very like it just made like I remember watching it with my dad and he started crying, and then it made me cry and I cry all the time when I watch it. Um,
Is your dad a crier or was that like sort of
No,
heard
he
of?
would never cry. No, no, that was like one of the things. That's why I remember it. Like it's such an impact because I've never seen him cry like that. So yeah, so
It's a. I mean, I guess I don't know. I've never thought about my dad in the playing of baseball that way, where it would like really get me. I'm seeing if anybody has any. Uh, oh, I see. Someone says Another by Christian Robinson is a tearjerker. That is a good one. And Memory Jars. Knuckle Bunny made me cry. There's all these things that are out there that make. But yeah, I'd cry at weird movies that probably shouldn't make me cry, like Cocoon. It's like it was a grandfather. It's the same thing, honestly. Like it's the like relationship with a loved one that got me. Um, are you do you like scary movies?
No, I can't. I can't do scary
Okay,
movies. Yeah.
I was gonna like there are certain emotional things that happen in certain movies, and like crying is something that doesn't get me. But I probably scare too easily in movies, and so I don't like jump scares of any
Yeah,
sort.
I'm not a big jump scare person, so
No,
I
yeah.
I don't watch those types of movies. But yeah, I mean, like one of the movies that makes me cry is like you ever seen Beaches?
I've never seen it, but I know that it makes a lot of people cry.
Oh
That
yeah,
one was like Bette Midler, right?
yeah, Bette Midler. The girl from Blossom is like the young Bette Midler and stuff in it. And so it's just like these two friends and stuff, and they're growing up, and then you see them, towards the end, and it's just like a tearjerker.
The uh, what's her name? Mayim Bialik.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Um, the is it? I always thought Beaches was like a musical.
It might have been a musical. I've only ever seen the movie.
I mean, no, I meant like I thought the movie was
Oh,
a musical, just
oh
because I
no,
always think of
there's
Bette Midler as being sort of like show
yeah,
tuny.
yeah.
But
She's in the movie. She's like a actress. I think she's like trying to go after her dream of becoming an actress. And so I guess she does some singing and dancing in it.
okay,
Um, but yeah, it wasn't a musical. Musical.
yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, like you ever seen the Color Purple, like the
Yep,
Steven Spielberg one?
I can imagine that one can make a person
Yeah,
cry.
that was kind of a.
It's not one of those light-hearted movies that's gonna like make you laugh constantly. I there's like any other movies that like I can think of. I mean, Finding Neverland got me, but I feel like there's something else that got me that was like, oh man, oh shoot, what was that movie? The Worst Person in the World. It's this like independent French movie, I think, or somewhere from Europe that like someone with cancer, and it got me. And I didn't like bawl my eyes out, but I was definitely wiping away tears at the end.
Oh really?
Yeah, well,
No.
it was a movie that I'm gonna throw my wife under the bus here. I've said thrown under the bus too many times tonight. But it was a movie that we're like, oh, let's watch a comedy. And then my wife says, oh, here's a comedy. Like she has a list in Netflix or whatever. And we're like, sure. And we put it on. It said it was a comedy drama, like a dramedy. And it was not. It was just straight up drama. And just heavy handed got us like immediately with like horrible things happening.
Oh wow.
But we had a couple of movies in a row that were like that where it's this is going to be funny, and then it wasn't. Does your wife watch a lot of movies, or is she too busy? Like I was going to say grading papers, but that's not the right age. Uh,
No, she reads a lot. She's a big reader.
yeah. Is she a sci-fi reader?
No, she reads like romance novels. Like
Oh,
very like I don't think her students should ever see these romance novels. So
give me a name of one of the good ones.
what is it, babes?
The most recent one's the Court of Thorns and Roses.
Court of Thorns and Roses?
Okay, yeah, that sounds like a romance.
But she reads these other ones too. Like they're like a isn't the one that's like a priest or something? Okay, sorry.
He's like, keep me out of it. Keep me out. There's a well, this will probably impress your wife more than anybody else in this conversation. But I've done books. I've done book covers for Harlequin.
Oh wow.
Now it's not romance novel
Oh,
books, but
okay.
it's they have a they do like romance and mystery, and I've done mystery covers,
Oh
but
really?
it's all kind of like pulpy, uh, sort of both of those. I mean, I found out later that those type of books were kind of put together, or companies like Harlequin came about because of the racks that they put them on in grocery stores. And so like
Oh wow.
those would sell was mysteries and romance. So the companies would have a lot of those same types of books. And then I also worked at a company that was owned by Harlequin, and outside the HR office, they'd have all these romance novels. So if you ever like want to, you could just go and pick up a romance novel and read it.
Oh really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm kind
I'm reading a
of
lot of
crazy.
mysteries right now.
You're reading lots of mysteries.
Yeah, I've been reading Vera Wong's Unsolicited Advice for Murderers. Is the
Oh,
book on a lot of Stephen King. I'm reading the Stephen King. What is it, Mr. Mercedes trilogy that they have? Um,
my wife swears by, and I haven't read it, but a book called the Tuesday Murder Club.
Thursday
Thursday
Murders
Murder
Club,
Club. Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
that one
Yeah.
amazing because it's also like super funny. Richard Osman, I think, is the author of it. Um, and then I bought her a whole bunch of mystery books that I don't know where she's gotten to with them over the break here, but I bought her a bunch for the holidays of like humorous mystery novels or supposed humorous mystery novels. Um, the Now you said you've been reading those. Do you read a lot of? I mean, obviously I talked about Kidlit, but do you find a lot of time to actually read the smart books, the adult books?
Not really. I just started getting into it. I was actually on this kick of watching a lot of mysteries. Like I got like the specifically like British mysteries, like crime things. So I've been watching that, and then that just got me into reading a few mysteries.
And I'm trying to like. I don't even really read. This well, that sounds bad. I don't really read a lot of books. I read a lot of news, which is probably just like probably more horrifying and awful than books. But uh, I was one of those people who I like when I was younger. I read lots of novels and like mysteries and things of the sort. But now all I want to read if I'm going to read a book is something that's factual. And it sounds
Ah,
really boring, but like
yeah.
the books that I like to read are like dry, not dry. That sounds awful, but are like the one that I always remember is a book about batteries and how batteries were invented. Like, yeah, see, yeah, you're laughing, but it was really riveting.
Really?
It was oddly like interesting to like. I mean, all the like the history behind like who actually invented what and threats to people because they invented something that people didn't really like, were afraid of, and deaths. And there's this amazing book. It was called The Disappearing Spoon. If you've ever
Mm,
heard of this one, but it's a book
nah.
that goes through the periodic table, and what it does is every element that's on the periodic table, it tells you a story that relates to it, like not a fictional story, but a real story. And one of the ones that I remember, it's called The Disappearing Spoon because there's a type of metal that if you put it in any sort of like room temperature water, it will melt. And so it's like a good magic trick. But one of the ones I remember was, about cadmium paints, right?
Yeah.
Forward. That when in certain Asian countries, they would, the factories that would process the rice would pull out a lot of cadmium or no, they wouldn't process the rice. I'm sorry. There were factories in there that would use cadmium and they would dump it into the rivers and it got into the rice that was growing off the water supply, and it was extremely toxic and caused all these horrible illnesses. And so when the time that Godzilla came around, the movie, the thing that took out Godzilla was not some nuclear bomb, but it was a cadmium bomb.
Mm.
And I was like, okay, that's fascinating. So like those are the kind of things where I'm like, ooh, that's the kind of like it's probably the nerdy thing where it's like I want to tell that fact at some point, like I am right now, and make myself into that like, hey guys, do you hear this sort of dad story? But like those are the books that I love, and then I love Kidlit, which doesn't make 100% sense. Like, give me a story about a bunny, and then tell me about how Godzilla was killed by cadmium. Um,
Have you read like Devil in the White City?
yes,
Okay.
have you read that one?
I've tried to a few times, but it was really kind of dry for me.
Oh, really? There-
Yeah, it was like what H. Holmes and
yeah, yeah.
the Chicago,
The World's
or
Fair.
yeah, World's
Yeah.
Fair, and so
There was another one that I read that was in the same vein that I thought was interesting. Actually, my whole like master's program was built around for a while. Was oh, what was it? I can't remember what the title was, but it was about the guy who wrote the Oxford English Dictionary, and he was a murderer as well, and he
oh
wrote
really?
most of the entries for the Oxford English Dictionary from prison. And
Wow.
it was in the same sort of vein as Devil in the White City. But I can't remember. Oh man, what was it? I can't remember the title of that book. Um, Tell me a little bit Okay, so I'm gonna shift gears. I'm gonna go back to art for a second. Tell me a little bit. Oh, I'm seeing jokes. Bear Edwards is commenting here about you might say that book about batteries was electrifying. Um, do you know, Reggie? Did you know how to kick someone off of off of the comments? Um,
No.
uh, okay, tell me a little bit about style and what that means to you. Is it a dangerous
Style?
word? Is it? I mean, I don't particularly like the word itself, but it's the word that people know outside of like maybe other words in the sort of academic world. But what's your thoughts on style? What do you think your style is? How did you develop it?
Uh, I think it's just something that naturally happens when you're doing art. I guess is just the way you do things, or you pick things up from other artists and stuff, or things that you see. I guess it's not really like. I guess you could work at is style that you like, but I think most people come about their style, or I guess I come about my style is just like uh, just a combination of like just a whole bunch of different
Yeah.
artists, um, and it's just like I don't know, just something that just happens naturally. I feel like it's not.
Do you think that your, and again, I'm using like style in a, I'm going to use style in a lowercase version here, but do you think that your style is something that you can see other artists in? Like, can you look at your work and go like, oh, that is something that came from this artist. Like, I used to love the way they did this, and so I'm pulling that. Or do you feel like it's um, a little bit more uh, harder to spot the references and things?
Um, I'm sure at one point it was, but it's just been so long that I've forgotten who it's from. I guess.
Okay.
Um, I'm sure I've seen like this face somewhere, and I've just been able to just like kind of put that into my style, I guess, or these like hands or whatever, or expressions, or like probably things I just picked up along the way from other artists, and it's just so many of them, and I look at a lot of art. Um, and
Are you on Instagram a lot looking?
yeah,
Or where are you looking at?
uh, mostly on Instagram, like online or YouTube. I watch a lot of YouTube, um, but mostly Instagram, Pinterest. I guess not so good now, but it's just uh, yeah, those places.
Okay.
I don't really go on Facebook, but mostly Instagram.
Yeah.
Like I'm not really on Twitter. I'm not really on Facebook, so
You do have a Facebook, I know, because I tagged it and
okay.
stuff. Um, do you not use the Facebook account at all, or is it just like
I go in there like once a month maybe, and just look at it. Like some people will send me messages to it, and it's like freaking weeks old, and but I really, you know, it's just a place where like I could dump stuff, I guess. Like,
there you go? Wait, no. Mark Zuckerberg owns Instagram. Who owns Facebook?
uh, Meta,
Is Facebook Meta?
yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess it is. Never mind. Okay, what's the one with Tom? Was
Oh,
that Friendster?
MySpace.
MySpace. Okay, never mind. Uh,
I mean,
I was getting them all mixed up there. Okay, so yeah, take that, Mark Zuckerberg. You just go on there to dump stuff. Uh, go on there to see what your older relatives are doing.
yeah.
That's
It was
about it.
like, here's
Um,
somebody posting something.
I'm like, here's a lost cat. That's what I always end up seeing. Um, tell me a little bit about sort of Instagram and like, is it fun? Do you like
Instagram?
it? Yeah. Do you like having to use Instagram?
Uh, I do now. I mean, it used to be a big pressure to like put stuff on Instagram all the time. Um, it just feels like um, I don't know. I think there was like a kidlit artist or author that was talking about how you need to have a following on Instagram, um,
Nah.
which I don't think you
No.
need because there's a bunch of artists that I really admire that don't have, you know, a following of like millions or hundreds of thousands. But um, yeah, now that I don't take it as serious and just use it for fun, I guess, and just to look at art and stuff,
Yeah.
or look how do you cook a chicken thigh? That's what I'll use it for.
Do you do you do you get pressure at all? Well, no, that's a bad way to put this. Does Christy ever like talk to you about sort of social media and getting your stuff out there, or is it sort of just left up to you?
That's left up to me. She's never ever like talked about it. I mean, maybe she has, but never like tried
You
to
never listen.
push it. Like you need to have, you know, this many posts, or you need to be posting. I don't think she even has ever said anything about that. But yeah, I mean, there's like a big pull to like post stuff and be visible online, but it's a lot of work.
I mean, I
To
I don't know about you, but I've seen in contracts things about you will post this, as the book is coming out, or those kind of like this is part of your responsibility in the contract. And my agent has taken some of those out, saying like we're not signing on to that. But there is a push by some publishers to like that social media will be part of it, and you need to use it. In other words, like use your networking essentially to help sell this book as well. And I don't know as I'm like super keen on that, um, but I have seen it for. Have you seen that end of it, or is it primarily just like just do your thing and no one pressures you?
yeah, it's just mostly do my thing. I don't think um I don't think my 5,000 followers are gonna move the needle that much. Uh,
I don't I don't think my
for-
25,000 are going to move the needle. I love them all.
yeah,
I love them all, but
yeah.
yeah, they're not all out there buying books. There's a lot of people that go, "Oh, awesome, cool! I can't wait to get it," and I'm sure never end up getting it.
Well,
Um,
I think it's like marketing is like a specialized skill, so
yeah,
it's like okay, I'll post stuff, but I'm not gonna. I don't know what you want me to do other than like post a picture and then write some words.
yeah,
Like, uh, but okay, but I just don't think artists should have to do that kind of stuff
yeah.
or be forced to do it,
Well, that,
especially if it's like a big publisher and they have a whole team of, uh, or they should have a team. I don't know.
people that do that.
So, yeah.
Now, oh,
So,
I should ask you because now we're talking about marketing. We're talking about like people working for you, etc. Um, the book going out on the New York Times bestseller. What was your reaction there?
um, I didn't even. I remember Christy calling me, or yeah, Christy was calling me, or someone was trying to call me. I was talking to my in-laws, and I wasn't answering my phone. And I think finally Christy was able to get a hold of me and told me. And first I was like shocked, and then um, just really happy. I guess it was like it was like a goal of like getting on there. I don't know, like um, how fruitful or lucrative it was, but um, it was fun.
Do do you think that it's added any sort of like pressure on you to sort of, well, when's your next book going to be on there?
Yeah, yeah, it does kind of a little bit. I do want to. You always want your books to do well, so I think, and one of the markers of that is like, the New York
Yeah,
Times, I guess. So,
that's like
but
my most recent one got some stars, and I'm like, that's awesome. I love the stars, and I wish it didn't come down to that, to like that makes a difference, but it really does make a difference in the industry of like who gets access to the books, and how many schools or librarians look at it
Yeah.
is solely based. Did it get some stars? So,
Are you a big fan of Kirkus?
Kirkus Jerkus? No.
Okay.
Is that
Yeah, I'm
cool?
not a big fan.
Yeah. I was gonna say, have you gotten bad reviews from them?
Yeah.
Rough reviews or like bad reviews?
Um, I guess it was bad. I mean, I I was pretty upset when I saw it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so
I think my first authored book, the review they gave me, because they always had that like one line that they pull out through the pull quote from it,
yeah.
and I think mine was oh shoot, what was it? Inessential.
Oh,
It just said
oh,
inessential, and that was it.
really?
I like how my wife knew it very quickly and brought it up, like she's been memorizing that.
Well,
This
the quote the part I remember is this person said I was drawing benevolent slavery.
what?
Yeah.
I guess, I mean, if Kirkus gives me a good review, awesome. Then I'll have a better opinion. But one of the challenges that I see is just it seems to be a lot of like, and this is what I've heard at least, is that there's an anonymous element to the authors of the reviews, and so they can get away with sort of like being harsher or not caring as much about sort of how they come off in the reviews. But I someone else brought Kirkus Jerkus to me, calling it that, and so I've always called it Kirkus Jerkus. But of course, like if they write me a good review, then they're Kirkus wonderful. But I have
Yeah.
not had a great experience with them. I've had a much better experience with the school library journal, and book list and things of that sort.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, me too. But yeah, this one was like really rough, and I was like, yeah, I was just really upset about it, and I really wanted to write a letter.
and
um,
did you like did people talk you down from that, or was that a like
yeah, my wife talked
yeah
me down. She was just like, just like I was just they don't know you, they don't,
yeah
yeah,
not worth the fight sort of thing?
yeah. So I was just like, oh, like, but it's kind of, for someone to say that to me about,
Yeah. Yeah. Which book was it?
who are your people?
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. That's it's that one kind of surprises me that would. I mean, the reviews are hard in general. Like, I feel like when it's a movie, there's so many people that work on it that you can chalk it up to like, well, I didn't like it because I thought the shot choices were bad, and it's like, yeah, there were like 15 people that helped with that, but when it comes to
Yeah.
a book, oftentimes it's you or maybe someone else, and like it just stings a little bit more because
Yeah.
it's such a smaller crew that support
Exactly.
it. Yeah, that's I'll leave it as sort of yuck. I guess that's the statement that I have to that one. uh Now, have you had good reviews too though?
Oh yeah. 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 Most of the books have been good reviews. But I kind of stopped looking after
Oh,
that.
after that Kirk
Yeah.
one?
Yeah.
I bet you there's like stellar reviews out there. I mean, the best reviews that I always see are like little kids on YouTube reading my book, or there was a girl that was, I think, studying to go to like drama school or something, so like go for acting, and she was reading a bunch of picture books uh, with a lot of pizzazz. Let's put it that way. And it was she was like putting a lot of emphasis on stuff, and she read one of the books, and it was really awesome to see someone not only just read the book, but also like add a whole nother level to it, because they were trying to act it out and be a little bit more performative with it. The the books that you've worked on, is there one that sort of jumped out as like this is the one that got the best reviews, and like you knew it was going to happen, or is it always sort of a I was kind of surprised that that was the one that became the hit?
Um, I don't recall. I haven't really been looking. I just kind of try not to look at those like, especially after that thing happened with Kirkus. I kind of just stopped. But I know the Magnificent Makers have gotten some good reviews. Like all the books have gotten good reviews from like was it SJL is what you said?
SL.
And other places. Yeah. So, but I don't know. Yeah.
Sorry, I have to shake up a Posca marker in the background. It was Alicia Nash says Santa book is dope. I'm sure there are probably lots of people on here that are gonna try to lift your spirits after Kirkus.
That was a long time ago. I'm like over. I'm not over it, but I've moved past it. I guess.
You're like, I'm
Yeah.
not over it. I hate Kirkus.
Well, I'm black and
Yeah, it's just the
to
putting that together.
yeah. Just saying, the author is black, and I'm, like I just it just stung a little bit.
Do you with the books that you worked on? Because almost, or actually, I know this because I asked about it earlier. All the books are written by someone else. How much contact do you have with? I mean, most of the time you don't have contact with them beforehand, but how much contact have you had with some of the authors since?
During that, really a lot. Me and Theanne we got along well, and I see her when she comes to town and stuff like that, and but mostly no contact with most of the authors.
Not even like online events or anything?
No, not even that. But yeah, Bakari, I went on his podcast. Um, we did some like email correspondence and stuff like that, but nothing like major.
And then,
So.
how many of them have you? I mean, you said that the podcast and stuff, but not a lot of in person even.
No, just Theanne, Magnificent Makers,
Yeah.
and stuff. So.
And are you part of a crit group there in your area besides the cat agency?
No, I haven't had the time actually. Like the most like, and I don't know. I'm kind of a little protective, I guess, right now of it. I just kind of picking and choosing who sees what I'm doing, I guess, like especially writing. So I kind of had a bad experience with the critique group I was part of earlier. So yeah.
Was it a critique group called Kirkus Reviews? Like,
yeah.
the worst one you could be part of. Trying to figure out if I can get away with this orange in this. It's a little funky. I'm trying to like figure out colors here. Have you ever used Posca markers?
No, I've never had the pleasure.
I don't know if it's a pleasure. I wouldn't go that far. I'm still trying to get used to like the best way to work with them because they're not always perfect in a situation. Now, so you primarily work digital. I mean, obviously you worked in sketchbooks and stuff like that when you were little, but do you do any traditional work now?
Not. I mean, I'll do like a doodle on like piece of paper if I have it around.
Yeah.
But nothing like I have a sketchbook and I have some Pentel brush pens, and I'll use that, but nothing serious or like put a lot of time into it.
How long have you been doing the digital stuff?
About 5 years.
Oh,
I think.
like Really, with the start of the Kidlit stuff was like jumping into digital then?
Yeah, yeah, it was pretty much that. It was just like I kept it really, really simple. I was just like, okay, I know how where the brush selection is, and I know where the color is, and it's black, and I could like draw like that way, you know. So, but
So
it was really like my first book was The Magnificent Makers,
yeah.
and that was on Procreate actually.
So,
So,
so what did Christy see when she saw your work then? Was that all digital or was that previous?
some of it was marker and ink. Um, and there was some digital. It was like a
Okay.
mix. Yeah.
And so that was so the when you shifted to primarily digital was was there a conversation there about sort of like what clientele we're looking for? Or have
Um,
you found any sort of like, reservations of digital or expectations of digital as you've been going?
no, no one ever told me anything about like if you should do digital or should do traditional. Like it was never really brought up.
Okay.
It was mostly like, can you get it done?
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, no one ever. There was never any kind of like messaging about like type of clientele. I guess like she said I was um traditional like picture book artist, I guess. Like this your traditional or yeah,
What,
traditional market.
what does that mean? I don't follow that. Like, I mean, I guess I sort of get it, but I'm trying to wrap my head around like what is a traditional, or what is the definition there? Be able to figure it out. But um, I've just heard a lot of people say like, well, you just kind of have to work digital nowadays, or there's an expectation. But I don't know if that's coming, and that's why I asked, was not necessarily because I think there is, but I've heard people say over times that they have this expectation that they need to work digital without necessarily hearing all this confirmation saying yes, that is true. Or people are having the experience where they say, yeah, I did have that. Someone asked me that I had to, or require me to work digital of any sort. It seems to be just all people guessing that that's a concern.
Yeah, no, no one's ever said any. I think they just want you to send it to them digitally, but not like. um, I don't think they care one way or the other. Like, I think it's just basically like, can you get the work done on this timeline? And you know,
And with the books, when you're sending stuff in digital, what is it like getting your books back? Do they live up to what you're doing on the screen?
yeah, I think so. There's always like a little disconnect when you get it back on paper, or when you
Yeah.
get the fold, the fold, whatever they call it, the F and G's.
FNG. Yeah.
Um, yeah, and so there's always that, but yeah, most of the time it's usually um, pretty much what I.
What?
I mean, the colors might be like just a tad off or something like that, but no, most of the time it's pretty good.
Um, and then when you first got your first book, the Magnificent Makers, and I assume the first picture book too, and things of the sort. But when you first got those, was it something that sort of like a moment of amazement? Was it sort of relief? What was the feeling when that happened?
Like when I first got the contract for it, or like
Well,
the actual book.
contract, but then I'm more interested in sort of the actual book.
Oh, oh, that was like it was like a really big thing for me. My wife took me to Warwick's, and she actually called them to tell them that I have it on display, in their window, so I could see it. You know, it was it was COVID. It was COVID time, so they weren't really letting people into the stores, if I recall correctly. They were like they had like a table outside, and you can like ask for the book and stuff like that. But just like driving up there and seeing it, and then being able to like, you know, see it for sale and stuff like that in the actual store, was kind of like just very like, it was a great
Yeah.
experience.
A bit
Yeah,
surreal.
yeah, a little bit. Yeah, because it's just like, I don't know. I just never thought about, seeing the actual book. I know it was gonna happen, but I just never really thought about it was gonna be in stores or anything like that.
Now,
So,
had you seen the book previously before it was in that store?
did I see it previously?
The reason I asked,
No,
during COVID,
I
like
don't think so.
people didn't get their books until after the book had already come out,
Yeah,
and so like,
I don't think I got it until after the book was out.
yeah, see, that's crazy to me that like you're you're sort of waiting and waiting and waiting, and then the first time you see it, it's I've had multiple books of mine. The cover reveals have happened before I even knew they were happening, and I like all of a sudden I see my book online on someone's page, and I'm like, how do they have the cover reveal? And I didn't even know that that was going to be happening of any sort. And it's sort of surprising that I'm not in the loop on all of it. And same thing with that sort of with the sort of being in the store before you have a chance to even have it in your own hands.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
Seems kind of
yeah. There's a few times that happened to me too. It was just like, oh, what is happening? Like no one told me anything about this or that, and you know, um, yeah. Some were like afterthoughts sometimes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Is there I mean, I imagine since you've had some books sent to you ahead of time, so you get to open the box and do the big reveal to yourself. Is there
Yeah, it's always nice.
is there a book in particular that really, like, when you got it, you're like, this is the one, that it felt, not necessarily that it was a better book than others, but just like getting it in your hand really sort of registered, like
Uh, I think Santa in the City was like that book. I think getting that in my hand and just seeing it in the Target advertisement was like a big thing.
mm,
Just seeing that like people were calling me like, "Hey, I saw your book I got the Target ad or something. And I saw it in there." Or people say like they went to Target and they saw the book there. They're sending me pictures and stuff like that. Um, so that was really like special. And then like I think we went on vacation. We went to Hawaii, and they had my book there in one of the Target stores, and just like we just randomly walked into this Target store, and we're like getting some clothes or something, and we saw the display. So just like seeing that there, and just it's just wild. Sometimes you just like go from like working a 9 to 5 and then become like a creative, drawing. And then you see your book at Target. So
I've never seen my book at Target yet. That's one I have to accomplish at some point. And I've seen other people's work that I know at Target, but I worked with a lot of like smaller independent publishers that don't have the same reach. Who is the Santa in the City? What's the publisher there?
ooh,
Uh,
Candlewick.
okay, yeah. There you go.
Is
That's
it?
why I was gonna say they got to be a big enough name that they're like, not to say that the companies I've worked with aren't big names, but there's a certain type of book that ends up being in Target more so over than the sort of small independent publishers that I tend to sort of get work from. And then, what was the family's reaction when you got some of those books in places? I mean, you said like people were sending it to you, but like when you got your first book and it came out, obviously pandemic and whatnot, but I'm guessing family members are like, oh, we have to go out and get Reggie's new book.
Yeah. They were really excited for me, happy for me. A lot of my friends were happy for me. Just it was a good feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, just having it out there. Can I ask you
Um,
a question?
yeah.
What is the one thing that you wish like regular people would know about um, the publishing business? Because I get a lot of like people ask me like, can I draw their book?
Mm-hmm.
And then we come back with the price, and then they're kind of
Yeah.
shocked.
Who else can I talk to about this now?
Yeah,
That's a good question. I mean, so there is that one. Like I have something set up that is a email that if I get that question, I can go grab that email and just say like, here, copy and paste. And it's a lot of stuff like go sign up for the SCBWI, newsletters and join it and whatnot for people that don't know that, and some book reference points of like, here's reasons why, and here's the book that will talk about pricing and how much people should be paid and those kind of variables.
yeah,
But I think, I don't know, that's a tough one because like some of it I've already talked on here, and so I think a lot of people will know this. And anybody that's listening that's heard me say some of these before, I bear with this. But I think one that it is not, it is a job. It is not just let me go sit and draw a goofy thing. Like there is actually a science and effort that has to be put into doing something that really like makes a good illustration. And
yeah,
I think in the art world, people look at stuff like, Picasso and Van Gogh and all these like famous artists and go like, that's art. And then they look at the stuff that potentially illustrators do and say that's frivolous or that's silly, and don't treat it in the same light. Same thing, and this goes not just for kidlit. This goes for like graphic designers, and this goes for all the arts that sort of are a lot more commercial and potentially fly under the radar of the highbrow art world.
yeah,
I want people to know that like there is serious time and thought and effort put into making any sort of work of art, from a tattoo to a painting in a gallery to the cup holder in a car, right? Like there's someone that's a designer that does this stuff, or someone who's a painter that does this stuff. And in kidlit in particular, I think it's even maybe a little bit more amped up, because oftentimes it's seen as like, well, I have a story and I have an idea for a picture book, and I don't think people understand the amount of effort that goes into it to make some of those books. And so like it's not just I have an idea, I'm going to go and share it with someone and they'll turn it into a book because it's a great idea. What I end up hearing about more often is people who have been slaving away with a story for 10 years, and then it finally gets picked up as a picture book, or
yeah.
you know what I mean? Like there's just so much effort that oftentimes gets glossed over in a lot of industries. Honestly, I don't think this is just an art or a picture book thing. But what have you seen other like things that you wish people knew?
I wish they knew how much time it takes or how long it takes, like you said.
Yeah.
Some people think it takes like a few weeks
Oh.
to like get it out there,
Yeah.
and because I'll just get these weird requests from people, like um, it's mostly like I'm sure you've gotten them. It's like I wrote this book about my child, or this book is
Mhm.
like from my child, or this is about my child, something like that. And I think it would be a great picture book. Can you like draw it, type of thing? And like, I guess they just don't understand the market. I guess
Well,
um,
yeah, I mean that's one of the things I mentioned to someone the other day. Who I have a colleague that I work with who came up to me and said, I have a friend who is wrote a book and they're looking to get it illustrated, and they asked me, and they knew the answer to this before I said anything. They said, do you do any sort of work for self-published stuff? And I said, no, I don't. That's not my thing. And then I said, like, I'm happy to talk to this person, but even if I give it to a student as like, hey, students, here's a job that you might want to work on. I told them I'm not giving anything until it's a reasonable price, Like, I don't want to shortchange the students and go, just because you're a student, you should take this job for less money.
Yeah.
And then I told the person, like, okay, go back to your friend, and I want to find out these questions. Like, one, if you're going to self-publish, what's your marketing plan? How much are you like willing to pay? This is how much I would charge just for a book myself, just a like standard picture book, whether it's self-published or not. This is what I would expect, and this is why. And I'm happy to talk to this person and say, here's the reasons for this. And that person went out to their friend and said, hey, I talked to my colleague, and here's what they came back with. And very quickly that person said, okay, no, I'm in over my head. And
Yeah.
it's, again, I think it's sort of like, oh, it's easy, or the knowledge that like how much money goes into it. And so like I for anybody that's listening here, this may be, and you can back me up on this if it makes sense, but you know, I'll hear of students who come up to me and go like, I illustrated a picture book and I got $2,000 to do it. And I have to stop them and go, that's awesome, you got a job. I'm really proud that you went, and like part of it is just the follow through. But a 32-page picture book, you're talking about 13 spreads. If you take $2,000 and split it by 13, you're talking basically, and cover essentially. So you're almost at about $125 per spread, somewhere in there. And then that accounts for all the sketch time, that accounts for all the finish, that accounts for all the edits, all that. And you look at the hourly rate, unless you're doing something that, and I don't know what the hourly or what the minimum wage is out in San Diego, but unless
Like 15,
yeah,
20,
so let's
something like
imagine
that.
$15 and it's $150. Unless you're doing less than 10 hours total from sketch to finish with all the revisions, etc., per spread, you're making less than minimum wage.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden they like, you know, they go, so I've explained it to them like, here's what you're actually offering, and is that really what you want to do? And I think it scares a lot of them off. And I don't mean to scare them off. I just want it to be an educational experience for people of like, you know, when the students come in and they say like, I got this job, and I explain that, or they get an offer and I explain that numbers. I'm like, I'm not saying that you need to go work at McDonald's, but you might be able to make more money working at McDonald's than you are on this picture book.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's what's the cost to value, or what is it? The, not cost to value, but the something to value ratio. Sort of effort to value ratio is not the phrase I'm looking for, but
like return on investment, right?
Yeah, exactly. Return on investment. Perfect. And once you start mentioning that, I think a lot of people start to go like, oh, I see. Like even that person who said that they wanted to potentially have me or someone else work on a book, when they heard how much I was charging, I think it was not only a shock of that's how much they'd have to pay me, but also that I was undercutting, or that they were undercutting people in a way that didn't feel ethical.
Yeah. Yeah. And I even get it from like some SCBWI members. Like, I don't
That,
think
yeah,
they understand
should know
the,
better.
yeah, they should, you know, it's sometimes I get weird questions. I've gotten like, I don't know, one time I got this email about illustrating a book for someone, and I said, okay, you know, email my agent, Christy. And they did, and they didn't like the answers that they got, and then they emailed me back,
Oh,
and then they're just talking some mess about Christy, you know, and
wait,
just saying things about her.
you? They were saying stuff about Christy to you?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, they're just saying like she was being greedy or something, or she wasn't. I don't know. It was just some weird. It was really weird. So I just don't even really respond to those emails anymore
yeah.
because it was just like,
I respond to them because of me being a teacher. I feel like I like it's an opportunity to like not just say like, oh, I'm gonna learn them well. I'm gonna teach them whatever. But I'm seeing someone say they took a $600 book and I really paid for that, literally. Um, the it's me, like, unless someone's mean, and like in a case like that, yeah, like ignore the person. Like they clearly don't understand. But um, I think it's also an education for them. Just like if you were to break down and say you wrote a book, let's look at how many hours you put into the book, and are you going to make your return on investment on this? And are there ways to make it more valuable for you or anybody else that's working on this project? um, and it is, I get that all the time. I get those kind of requests. Or that's when you get to, like, when you start out in the industry. And I because you didn't go through the like college channels like I did for that experience. When you first walk out and you're like looking and you're hungry for work, sometimes you just take anything.
Yeah.
And I get it. Like, some people have to pay rent, and they may be getting less than minimum wage, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah.
And I get that side of it, but I also just worry that, like, everybody that does that then has someone out there going, yeah, I only paid someone this much for a picture book, and now that's all I'm going to pay. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
have you ever heard of Fiverr?
Yeah.
Like,
I've heard of it.
Fiverr scares me completely. Not because I think there's like, the type of work you're going to get on Fiverr is different than what you're going to get with a professional illustrator, but scares me that it sets people up to a false belief that they can pay very little.
Oh yeah.
That that hurts. And like, I have to talk to students. I've talked to students before that, like, they just, like, you can't charge that little for things. And I had some students that were using it for, like, I'll draw your character for $5. And I'm like, yeah, but you're spending 3 hours to draw a $5 character. Like, it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Like, someone told me one time about Fiverr, like, he's like, hey, if you're getting cheap clients, they're going to tell their friends who are also cheap. So all you're ever going to
It's
get is
cheap.
cheap clients. You're
Yeah.
just going to
Yeah.
be doing stuff for the rest of your career. If you want to have a career doing, like, your name is out there as being cheap.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And
And so,
there are people that make money doing stuff on Fiverr, but oftentimes they're using clip art, or they're doing hundreds of gigs a day just doing AI or something of the sort. And, like, is that good art? I would argue probably no.
oh yeah. One time I told this girl, she had posted her book online, something like that, and it was just full of clip art, and she paid like a good amount of money for it, And I told her, and she was so upset that like her whole book was just clip art.
Like, she didn't
That's-
know at all.
yeah, she didn't know at all that it was like, um, yeah,
No,
it wasn't her work.
was she upset with you, or was she upset with sort of the scamminess?
Well, first she didn't believe me. Um, and I had to send some like pictures of the, just clip art sites and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then she was just like just taken aback and she was really hurt by it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can imagine. I mean, it is incidences like that. I imagine it's not just hey, I lost money on this, but like, I should have known better, or like it's an afterthought. And obviously, like, people learn lessons along the way. I probably took jobs early on that I probably should have been paid way more for, and I just didn't know. But I see someone. So here's a question from Alicia Nash here that says, how do you get better clients? Or this isn't reasonable in a self-published world. So the better clients question, I think, is a sort of leading into that of how you get better clients is not necessarily that you have to go out and find, like, it's not like there's some resource in my mind that, like, here's where all the good clients hang out. They hang out at this bar and you have to be there at 7 on Sunday. I don't think that's part of the equation, but I think it is, once you start treating your work like it deserves the respect of a good client, you will start to get good clients, if that makes any sense. Like, put value in yourself.
Yeah, you gotta treat it like a business.
Yeah. And and I would venture to say there are a lot of people that don't do that because they don't think they're good enough yet. And I think that's probably a sign that you are going to constantly run into this battle of like always not feeling good enough, never getting your work out there, and never getting those good clients.
Yeah. And there's also this weird thing of like, you like to draw, so giving you money on top of that is like, I'm doing you a favor.
Oh,
You know? It's like,
it,
hey, I know you like to draw, you would draw anyway. So why don't I pay you? You could draw this thing for me.
it's
And
the classic exposure argument.
yeah.
I'll give you exposure, and that's just as good as payment. Uh,
Yeah. It's just weird. And like the disrespect sometimes, there's like, I'm not gonna name names, but
Gary,
one of the one of our
I'm putting names in.
someone I know had their book come out and the author covered up their name when they were doing press. So
Oh, really?
uh, yeah.
Wait, an illustrator covered up the author's name?
No, the author covered up the illustrator's name.
Oh, that's gross.
Yeah. And like, I don't know. This person, I don't know, thinks they're a big deal or something. So it was just it's just really like a lot of disrespect when
Where's
you're
that?
working.
There was that
Yeah, when you work.
story.
What?
There was that recent story of the author who went on Goodreads and downvoted and badmouthed and gave bad reviews to all the other books that were coming out at the same time.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
And then upvoted hers and gave it good reviews using fake accounts. And it, like all these horrible things. And it's like, why? It just seems so awful that people would go to those kind of levels of like the whole industry. And I assume you've seen this too. The industry is so caring and supportive of each other
Yeah.
that to have someone like that kind of ruin or put a bad reputation out there, I think is so gross.
Yeah, it was weird because like, does she think people only read like one book
Yep.
a year
Yeah.
or something, or that's all they're ever gonna read?
Yes.
Because it's like I've read so much because I read one author and I like whatever genre or whatever
Yeah.
style of writing, and I wanted more of that, you
Or you
know.
see the
And
blurb on
got
the back by someone, the little, this author also wrote this little thing, and all those like add up. And
yeah, and I was just like, that is the weirdest story ever because who does that? You know, and it's just, and she was targeting authors of color, which was like kind of
oh,
the bad part of it, the really gross part of it. And
wait,
so
that piece that I'm talking about was also targeting.
Kate Corain or something is her name, the girl who did the Goodreads thing.
Yeah, she was targeting authors of color.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even hear that part.
Oh yeah, she did some back shit crazy stuff. Like she came out with an apology, or she tried to say like a friend of hers online did
Oh,
it.
I remember hearing that. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. And then she came with an apology about her mental health and stuff like that.
and that may be true, but that doesn't excuse the the awfulness of the whole thing. Man, that I didn't hear all of that, so that's even more fascinating. Like, I love getting into psychology of people, of like why they do the things they do, and so like that is a fun case study, but it's also an awful, like, why would someone go to this trouble of ruining other people's? There was an amazing story back in the day when I was teaching, wherein a author, it was I think it was like a fantasy novel or something of the sort. And if anybody knows the story, you can. I don't want to throw people's names into the mix, but an author who badmouthed the illustrator who did the cover of the book because they got some of the images wrong. So like the character was blonde in the book and they made him like brown haired on the cover.
Oh.
And they went and trashed the illustrator, which on first pass you go like, yeah, they didn't get it right. Like they should have known. The problem is in that industry, all you get as an illustrator, you don't read the book. They give you a blurb.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the art director's job to go and say, hey, here's this book we want you to work on. Here's the things you need to know that need to be on the cover for this to work. And they're the ones who would come up and say, oh, the character you drew here probably needs to be blonde and not, brown haired. And yet the author went and trashed the illustrator in the process.
Oh, wow.
And the whole industry was like, no, that is awful because it's not the illustrator's fault. This is a fault of the communication between the art director and the illustrator. But it's not the illustrator's fault in this case. They did what they thought was appropriate based on the brief they were given. So I've worked in the book market, and that's the same thing that I get is just a little brief that says like, hey, here's what should be on the cover. Good luck, kind of thing.
Okay.
It's not that it's not that they'll give you some little hints of things, and you have some room to play. But if it's something like a novel like that, most of the time they are going to give you the stuff that you need to know in order to make sure it's accurate. But I hadn't heard I hadn't heard that it was like attacking a specific sort of type of author in particular. That's harder to hear.
It was just really weird. I follow some of those people, so I was like just seeing it and stuff, and so I bought some of their books, when or pre-ordered some of their books, I guess.
What is your speaking of ordering books, what's your library look like right now? What's the catalog look like?
It's a lot of Kindle stuff. Like I read on a Kindle. But it's mostly like mysteries, Stephen King stuff. Like
do you have a lot of books, or is it just sort of are you a library person? Where are the books?
Oh no. Not really. Not a big library person. I'm a slow reader. It takes me a while to get through a book. So I kind of take my time with a book.
Most libraries have given up overdue charges, right? Late fees.
Yeah, I remember that. I just like I just heard of Libby, and so like using that for the Kindle. I just like the Kindle and stuff, and just buying is easier for me. So
now, do you hold on to the books, or is it sort of like you read it and then you hand it off to someone else to read?
Like the regular traditional book. I usually give them away or drop.
Libby, I was thinking Libby was Libby's a digital reading, right?
Yeah, it's digital, like checking out. It's like a.
I was confused why you went like, you mean regular books? Like, aren't we talking books here? But yeah. Okay, gotcha. You don't hand off a digital file and go, good luck with it. Here's my password.
No.
Gotcha.
Me and my wife share an account, so it's just I get mad at her because of all her books. Because my wife is a fast reader, so she goes through books in like a day, and so our like we share a library, so like all I see is her book.
Novels.
Yeah,
your algorithm's completely off. That's giving you romance novels.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's just like it suggests like you're reading, like you've been reading this, so you might like to read this, and I was just like, no, this is not what I'm reading.
You're not even giving them a chance. They might be beautiful books. Like, is your wife in the background still?
Yeah. I mean, they're like, I guess I call them somewhere like bodice rippers books. Yeah, like they're just like
I've never heard that term.
What? I don't know what you're talking about. You need to stop.
They're just books I would never read. I've read some of them, just like a few pages, and I'm just like, okay, these are not for me. I am not the target audience for this book.
I've never heard the term bodice rippers, but I like the term. Because I don't even know if that references the people in the books or the people reading the books.
I think it's
reading the book.
I think it's in
Oh, okay, yeah, good. I was gonna say, who still wears a bodice? That's
Yeah, I think it's just the genre, I
yeah.
guess, of the book. I know there's a bookstore called Bodice, the Rip Bodice or something, or something like that. But yeah, I've heard that for a while. Um, like
There,
these books are called
there's a
Bodice.
the bookstore that I just did my event at last night. Is my favorite independent bookstore, a place called the Silver Unicorn. Um, but and I almost mentioned it to him last night. I didn't do it. The problem is there's a place out in the LA called the Peppermint Rhino.
Oh, yeah,
I don't know if you know it.
yeah, I know what you're
And
talking about.
when I first heard the title Silver Unicorn, I was like, what is this place? And not only that, but their building is like sort of a grayish brick building with not a lot of windows. And so when you first show up, if you know about the Peppermint Unicorn, I was not that I've ever been. I will for anybody that cares. I've never been, but I originally just like, oh, what is this store gonna be? And then you go inside, and it's the most amazing bookstore, and the people are all lovely. But just that title and the type of building that it's in,
Yeah.
yeah, gave me pause. Let's put it that way. Uh, it's no, and they might sell bodice rippers. Uh, they might sell, I'm going to use that term from now on. Oh, I haven't.
Well, I just heard, I don't know. That's why I've heard them called that, so that's why I just call them.
I have an amazing book that's The Art of Romance is what it's called, and it's all romance novel covers throughout the years, and it
Oh,
goes all the way
nice.
back to like the early 1900s, and it's like, you know, uh, mainly just like text on the cover at the beginning, and then eventually you see people, but it's very like prim and proper, and then it goes into I think it's primarily Harlequin, and I forget what the other company is that's related to it, and eventually it turns into the like oh, what's that guy, Fabio, like
Okay. Yeah.
and a book
Yeah.
cover, and then it turns into like manga and stuff. But there was a whole genre in there that I always thought was fascinating, that was medical romance.
Mm,
Like
okay.
the surgeon is the hunk, and he's like, some of the covers he's like looking at X-rays of someone. I'm like, this doesn't look romantic to me at all, because it's this like weird farce of a hospital scene going on.
Yeah.
I can understand like, oh, a doctor, like, wow, that must be nice.
Well, my wife, like, I read one of my wife's books, and it was like mafia, like Italian mafia type, like romance, I guess you would call it, and stuff. And I was just like, what is happening in this book?
Is she in
Like,
the back there like yelling?
yeah, she told me to shut up.
Now, she's more than welcome to hop on here and try to defend, try to somehow sway this audience that what she's doing is okay. But we all know that this is preposterous of an idea that this is somehow kosher, or that she's not reading, what do they call it, smut? Uh, that's a term I knew.
Yeah,
You know what? More power to her. I shouldn't yuck anybody's yum.
exactly.
And I'm sure there are things that I watch. I mean, hey, my wife and I watch Love Is Blind, and that's not any highbrow, high quality TV show there for us to watch. Um, but I've never understood a lot of genres of books, to be honest, not just the romance side of it. And
Yeah,
honestly, I think because I mentioned before, like we listened to that podcast, How Did This Get Made? I bet you I would actually probably like romance novels in a, and I don't know if this is how your wife is reading them, but in a like sort of like watching a train wreck kind of way. Like, I don't know if I'm supposed to be reading this, and I'm not sure if it's okay that I'm reading this, but I'm reading this
yeah.
kind of a way. And so there's value there. I get it. I'm not going to
Yeah. Yeah. It's just not for me. I like to make fun of her sometimes. But yeah,
Well,
I like dorky stuff that she would never. Yeah, like I watch a lot of anime and stuff, and so
yeah. If your wife wants to get on here and talk about you dressing up as a magical girl, uh, I don't know. I'm pushing this idea that is like that is a thing that you secretly do, even though it's like totally wrong of me to sit there and try to put that idea in everybody's head. Yeah,
no, it would never be a secret though. So.
I'm willing to make a fool out of myself in a lot of situations, but I'm not one to understand the dressing up in costume thing. And I think it's a generational thing too. Like I don't know if this makes any sense, but I always chalk up to there's a lot of people now that dress up in costume, and there tend to be of a certain generation, and it comes from, in my theory, a lot of like escapism of getting out of a society that is so riddled with awful news on a regular basis that
Yeah,
it's a way to like escape. And so like again, I sort of poke fun every once in a while, but in reality, like, you know, someone that is their way to like to process or to avoid having to process all the awfulness that we hear about on a regular basis. So anyway, I just got real like deep there again at the end. Um, let's make fun of your wife a little bit more. The the have you watched stuff like have you now this is you, Reggie, not your wife, have you watched stuff like Bridgerton or anything with her?
oh yeah,
Yeah. And what did you think of that?
I thought it was cool. I like
Okay.
it.
See, okay,
Yeah,
we're finding common ground here. The
yeah.
I told this what even brought this on. um the amount of weird stuff that comes up in teaching illustration on a regular basis is quite shocking. And I was there was a thing wherein uh, there's a thing I probably mispronounce it completely, but a thing that I've always called a petracuccio, which is a type of slideshow, a presentation that you do, wherein you have 20 slides, and each slide is up for 20 seconds exactly. And
Uh-huh.
I challenge the students, partially because of like being in the teaching industry of having to be adaptive and you know, shift on a whim to match what's going on in the classroom. I told them I would do a presentation on any subject that they wanted to make me a presentation for. They had to make the presentation, and I would do it sight unseen. And so sort of
Okay.
an improv challenge, essentially. Um, and only 1 year did they ever do it, and they did a thing that was called aeromorphs. Do you know what?
What is that?
Yeah. Okay, this is so I'm not the only one. It's the magical girl trope, but turning into airplanes.
Okay.
So I had never heard of this. I had no idea. And they brought it in, and they thought it was the funniest thing in the world. And I had to pretend basically for 6 minutes and 40 seconds that I knew and loved everything about aeromorphs. And it was a real lesson for me because I learned stuff along the way, even pretending I had like slides would come up that I didn't even know that were coming up. And I had to pretend like I knew, and it made total sense to me. And like, this is my favorite artist, and you know, all these fun things based on that. And so like, I understand I understand it a little bit more than probably what I want to admit. Let's put it that way, because of
Okay.
of teaching. Um, okay, so I'm gonna reveal secrets and stuff like that, and embarrassing things about myself. What's an embarrassing thing that you have done for your career?
Embarrassing thing?
Yeah. Have you ever done anything that you're like that was questionable?
I don't think so. No. Demi? Yeah.
I'm not gonna say you on this one
No,
after comparison.
I've never. No, I don't think so. I don't think I've ever.
You messed up all those lab results one day. I tripped and ruined them all.
Yeah. No, nothing like that.
I don't know if I've told this. I'm going to tell this story on here, and I don't know if I've told this on here. If I have, bear with it. Here's a really embarrassing story. In fact, your wife will probably enjoy this story quite a bit. So I was teaching a professional practice class where we're talking about having a website and like picking names and how you pick your names for your website and things of the sort. And I end up going with Studiohoffmann because there's another person that has markhoffman.com. And so I pull up my name and I say, like, here's what markhoffman.com is. And I show them. And they all like, oh, because it's someone else who says they're an illustrator and things of the sort, and it causes problems.
Yeah.
But that's why I chose Studiohoffmann. So I'm like, see, that's why you want to make sure you get your URL to match your name and things of the sort. And then I went to show them how, when you enter it into Google, this is what comes up, etc. And so I went to Google, and I took the URL bar and I highlighted it all, and I went to type in Google, but I had missed the M. This is important. So it said M Google.
Okay.
And I'm sitting there, and we have like little rolling carts that have TVs, giant TVs on them, and I'm sitting below the TV and I'm typing into it the M Google, and I hit enter without looking at at what I had done. Immediately, the entire classroom goes, oh! And I'm like, what? And giggles, and I mean, this is college age students, so it's not like, and it's art school, so they should be kind of used to a lot of odd things on screen.
Yeah.
But what came up was a page full of video pornography. Just full blast, like 16 screens going on at one time. And I was in absolute shock. And of course, I'm immediately going like, oh no, oh no, oh no. And I don't know what to do. And the students are all laughing, and I have to like try to convince them that somehow this was a mistake and not my fault, or not my intentional. It wasn't like I was some creep trying to be like, hey everybody, here's a website you should check out.
Yeah.
And so I finally shut it down. And then after class is done, I immediately run to the dean's office, like as fast as I can.
Oh, wow.
I get to the dean's office, and I'm like, oh, I'm breathing heavy. And I'm like, I got to tell you what happened in class. If students come in and they say anything, this is what happened. You got to believe me. And I relayed the whole thing to him. And his reaction was not like, oh no, I'm going to have to deal with this, etc. It was, I wonder what B Google, C Google, D Google are. And then that night I came home, and my wife and I were sitting around, and I told her the story, and my wife goes, let's look them up. And we looked them up. And the only one that had anything of the sort was Google. Everything else did not do anything of that sort. And so I happened to pick the most perfect web.
Yeah.
And then the worst part is, almost a week later or 2 weeks later, I think, I was in a class with students, and we were talking about typography. And I went to a site called thefont.com.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, so you can just go grab some. We were talking about dummy books. And I was like, just grab any old font that you think makes sense for it. It doesn't have to be perfect. And I said, like, okay, so like if I go into this little thing here and I pick this font, and I went to a font header that said like images or something of the sort. And it was like fonts that look like things. And I clicked on the first link without even looking. And it happened to be a font based on the Kama Sutra.
Ooh.
And half of the kids in the classroom were in my senior class where I had already done the thing with the Google. So now, of course, they think I'm a real perv because I brought up, not only did I show them like video pornography in class, but now I'm like, hey, check out this font that happens to be the Kama Sutra. And I'm sure that like that story is probably spread amongst their group. Like, oh, were you in that class when the teacher brought that up? And it was a nightmare for me, and I will probably never ever live that down in my head that I went through that stupid experience. But I have a feeling my wife, as a principal, will understand mistakes happen in the classroom sometimes. But that's an embarrassing story for me. I will never.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, yeah. Yeah. She's very disciplinarian. She's very strict with her kids.
Yeah. Can't get away with showing that stuff in the classroom of K through 6.
Oh no, definitely
Yeah. I mean, I've had experiences like that, but like I could imagine that there probably has been times where something crazy happened at that biotech lab, but we're not going to talk about it because it's dangerous.
no. Oh, it was pretty relaxing. It was like a fun place. Actually, a fun place to work. Yeah.
Now, if I find out that later tonight you were all on Google or trying to hunt down, then we'll have a conversation. But yes, no, I there have been moments in my life that have been not great like that.
Okay.
I don't know what brought that up. Like, why I told that story that I will never live down.
Speaking of portfolio sites, like, are you do you tell your students like you should only have these many pictures up, or like do you give them a number of like how many
What
illustrations they should have on their site?
I have like a protocol that I go through with that, which is I talk about it's not about really like there are numbers that are easier. Like most people in the world, like if you give them 12 to 16 images, that's pretty clean. Like it's an easy in, easy out.
Yeah.
Some of this is based off of like when you used to actually bring a portfolio around to people, and it wasn't just a it wasn't based on the idea of like a website. Now a website you can put up however many you want and people can peruse for however long they want. But what I tend to tell them is it's less about like trying to overload someone with numbers and more about consistency in the images. So the quality is similar, and it's going to start out like a roller coaster at first in the sense of it will like the quality is going to be sort of all over the place when you first start out and first come out of school, or when you're first trying to like figure out your career. And over time, you know, like another roller coaster meaning like it's going to be some good, some bad, and it's going to go up and down quite a bit. And as you start to get better and you put new pieces up, they will start to, that roller coaster will get a lot less bumpy and become more consistent. And so you sort of swap in stuff. But I always stick to that idea of like 12 as being sort of the easy number. Now, if you look at my website, it has way more than 12. But I also feel like I'm at a point where there's a little bit more consistency, so it's not as bumpy of a roller coaster ride. So if you have like 20 bumps, is very different than you have 2. And so I tend to lean on that sort of argument or that case about sort of putting up a portfolio. Why? What sparks the question?
Well, I was just thinking about my portfolio on my website, and I'm just like, I don't remember how many I have, but I just kind of just put whatever I think is nice on there.
Yeah.
You know? So I was just wondering if like people were still
Worried about it.
advocating. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's more so like the only reason why I would worry about how many, for the most part, is just if it's overwhelming for an art director to like look and understand who you are. But if they get it off the first one, and the rest of them are consistent, I don't think it becomes a problem. But I looked at your website tonight, and I don't think it was a challenge of any sort. I again, I also think like where it becomes a challenge, I think also, and I don't think you fall into this category of any sort, is if you have multiple styles.
Yeah, that's the big one.
And like I looked at your work and it was really consistent across the board. So I don't think anybody would look at that and go like, I don't get it here, or there's an inconsistency happening. And so like it's looking at all the books that you do too. Like the only one that sort of looks anywhere slightly different is that magnificent make, because you're working and most
Yeah,
color, but that's just a chapter book variable that everybody would probably fall into because of the format.
yeah. It's like kind of different from my picture book
Yeah.
style. So,
I mean, I
um,
have the same challenge of like when I do stuff for galleries, or I make other work outside of, like, even when I do the when I was saying about those like mystery covers, those are a different style, but there's inherently something tied to the rest of my work. So like I use similar colors, or the textures are somewhat similar, or those kind of things, but it's not like it's a perfect match to all the kidlit stuff.
yeah.
It'd be kind of crazy if it was a mystery novel and it looked the exact same. Um, do you question your sort of portfolio a lot, or is it more so you're just sort of being reflective at the moment?
Sometimes I question it. Like sometimes there's like a bunch of older stuff on there, and I'm like, I still like this, but is it
Yeah,
indicative of my work now? So I think like maybe I should just pull all this older stuff off and just have like only my newer stuff and kind of limit it to like you know a few of my newest things, type of thing.
I recently pulled down some stuff that was on my site, not because I think it's bad work of any sort, or that it was like subpar in any way, but I pulled it down because I was getting offers for work that was in an older style.
Yeah.
And I felt like, well, if people are going to my website and they're finding that older style and think that's something that I'm doing now, even though I do think the work was good, I don't want to give them some sort of false idea that that style is something that I'm doing currently.
Hmm.
In that case, I did actually sort of like pull it down because I want to make sure people understand the style, or I don't want them to get confused. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
And that was primarily in the like editorial side, so it was maybe a little bit of a different sort of um, mindset of like I primarily focus on kidlit now, and so pulling that down didn't feel as detrimental to me as if I were like pulling down a bunch of old kidlit stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I also have pulled down some kidlit stuff just because it was older. I mean, like, I don't know how much you know about my sort of background with kidlit, but most of the stuff I've done, like all the books I've done, were painted, and now I'm doing sort of collage stuff. And so
Yeah.
I
Yeah, I like the stuff you're doing now.
yeah, thank you. I this feels so much more fun to
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
But I also know that I worry that people will look at like the books or look at some of the older work that was paint and then go, hey, we want that style. And or we like that look, and I'm going, well, it's not quite what I do now.
Yeah.
That does become a bit of a concern long term, but um, yeah, I mean, in your case, I think your stuff is so consistent. I wouldn't worry about the number of any sort. I would just think like, what's the best story to tell with the order of things, or that kind of setup. But I mean, honestly, how many people go to your website versus go to Instagram versus go to the agency to find your work?
Um, I don't know. I check the numbers sometimes and see who's popped in. Um, not that many people. I think most people find me on Instagram
Yeah. Can you,
or my
when you
agent.
look at the analytics for your site, can you see where they're coming from?
Yeah, most of them are, North America. I can see they're coming from like New York, I guess is like the most the visibility I get. So like East Coast.
Because I was gonna say,
So
if they're already coming from like your agent's site, then they've already probably seen some of the work, and
yeah.
so it's not like trying to convince them of your style, but more so just they're coming to see just more. Um,
Yeah.
and so I won't worry as much. But if it's like this is their first time seeing your work, then it becomes a challenge. But again, I don't think websites are used in the same way that they once were.
What do you mean?
In the sense that like you having a website is good, but it is not the way, like it used to be. You would send out a postcard with your website and people would go to your
Yeah.
website, see more of your work. But now Instagram's out there. And so people
Mm-hmm.
get easy access to your work without having to type your name in. And it doesn't mean that your website is necessarily over with, like you don't need it anymore. In fact, I think it's good to have a website, but I see a website more as or my interpretation is a website is more of a controlled portfolio, and you control the narrative of what order go in and how people sort of view it, and the curation of it. Whereas something like Instagram is a little bit more like of a journal or a blog of sorts. And so once you figure out that that there's that separation of sort of ideas, like I don't put everything that's on my Instagram up on my portfolio site, because half the stuff is clunky and I think it's problematic.
Yeah.
So I'm hesitant to do that of any sort.
Okay. Well, anyway, it's getting kind of late here, and
Yeah, you've been on.
look
At that, you've been on for 3.5 hours. we started out real heavy, and then we got into silliness, and then we got into making fun of romance, and we talked about crying with our fathers. This has been amazing, and I've had an amazing time chatting with you. I said
me too.
Amazing twice, and I didn't mean to do that, but this has really been lovely to chat with you and to get to know you better, especially after sort of following you for so long on Instagram and whatnot. That if you I will converse afterwards too and whatnot, but I say on behalf of my wife, who helps run this whole thing too, that we really do appreciate you having you on with us. Oh wait, where'd you go? Oh, there we go. Here, I'll switch back to me so you can see my face. Where is it? There it is. There we go. This is where I'm like all sweaty. totally awful on screen, but no, this has been lovely. I really have enjoyed it. And after I'm done tonight, I will post what I do later, but I'll this will be up on my Instagram, and I'll put it up on YouTube so other people can listen to our conversation, unless you somehow say no way. And it really is, like I said, an honor, but also I would say there were some really like important topics and stuff that we did sort of talk about that I think are like the stuff about anxiety, like hearing people say that in the comments, that it like sort of hit home. I think is wonderful, and they should hear that it's not just them and all that. I'm getting like sappy now. I don't.
That's fine.
But anyways, go have a wonderful evening. It is now what, 8 there or something like that.
Yeah.
Have you had?
It must be like midnight by 8.
Yeah, it's 11:37. I'm gonna be up late, but have you had dinner yet?
No, I'm about to have dinner.
Okay. Yeah, if your food isn't poisoned after us making, you get a very tiny portion tonight. Anyways, this was wonderful, and I will be in touch.
All right. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, have a good night.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, everybody. Again, that was Reggie Brown at Reggie Brown Art, if you are looking on Instagram. I'm going to continue working because I have more to do on this. This is my little cherub mouse who's, I'm saying that even though you're not looking at it right now. But I'm going to keep going. It's 11:38 now. My guess is I'll go a little bit past midnight. And I thank you, Illustrated. And Dory Doodles SCL. I don't know if that's, I assume that's Dory, no, not Dory Doodles CL. I'm adding an extra like letter in there. But I'm gonna keep going. I guess I'll go a little bit past midnight, but I want to get this done because I need to make a Valentine's image, and that's what this like is gonna be. I'm making a cherub. So give me a second. I'm gonna switch back, and I'll go for another like 15 minutes. I'll restart, or maybe I should just restart now. Maybe that's the way to do it. How about that? We can wrap right while Reggie jumped off. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to pause. Oh, no, I'm going to pause it. I'm going to stop this feed. So anybody that's listening right now and who wants to continue to watch and ask questions in the comments and all that kind of stuff, I'm going to be on for a bit. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop it now. It's going to take about a minute, maybe 2 minutes. While it uploads and it takes a second. I don't know why it takes so long, but it does. And when that is done, then I'm going to hop back on and continue to work. And so if you just watch, give it a minute or two, and you'll see it comes up. I'm back at it being live again. So otherwise, I'm going to stop now. Is my wife listening? Lauren? It looked like I was picking my nose for a second. I just watched my feed. Here, hold on 1 second. I'm going to stop it now and reboot for the part 2. Okay? Beautiful. So come back in a second. I was going to say I love you all. And maybe I do. Oops. All right. Love you all. Hugs and kisses. Hey! Welcome to part 2 of Gavin Doodle. It's Thursday, February 8th. I've already spent 3.5 hours talking with the lovely one, Reggie Brown. And then Reggie had to drop off. And guess what? You're all stuck with me for the rest of the night. So, here's the thing. I'm going to keep working on this. This is a little Valentine's image of a little mouse that's a cherub who is going to be shooting arrows into the hat of this mouse. And this mouse she's upset because she was in love with this mouse. And now she can't be in love with this mouse because the arrow missed and hit his hat. So, anyways, I have a couple things to announce to people before I start finishing this sucker. 2 things. 1, new book came out on Tuesday, 2 days ago. A book called Soren's Seventh Song. It is a book by Dave Akers. Yes, the Dave Akers, who just won the Newbery Medal. It came out. It's an awesome, funny book. Maybe one of my favorite books that I've ever illustrated. And go out and get it. It's in all your bookstores. It's from Cameron Kids. And then the other thing I'm going to announce, we did post yesterday, I believe. Yesterday? Yes. No, maybe? No. What was yesterday? Yesterday was Wednesday? Yeah, maybe it was yesterday. I don't remember. We posted a Draw This in Your Style on my site, on my Instagram. If you go back and look at my feed, it's a bear sewing. Has the stuff you have to do in order to enter to win a signed book from me. So anyways, that is it. Here is my sketch that I have for the night, just so you can see where I started. Again, a mouse here, and he's got a hat, and he's got some arrows in it, and a dumb-looking cherub mouse, and a little girl mouse, and she's all like, ooh, he's dreamy. And this is what it's turned into. And I probably still should do the hair here, and maybe some little tufts of hair and some little, hair on here. But I'll figure that out as I go along. And then I need to do all the arrows and the bow. And I was going to make this a little rug that's there, that's outside of this. And so anyways, that's that. So, I see Bill Illustrated said I still haven't received my copy, but I got my library to order in and loved it. Woo! It's pretty. Yes. Oh, I'm gonna put tails, baby. We got the art director upstairs who's trying to just inundate me with change this, change that. Just won't quit. What? Are you laughing about that, Lauren? I hope you're laughing about that. Yes, they will have tails. Look at that. That was cool. We had, so, what's going on there? Huh? Why is that? Oh, because I came back to it late. We had an incident tonight. Not on Gavin Doodle, but I'm going to share a little incident that happened tonight before I started this. Maybe about, I'm going to guess a half an hour before we started, all the way up until right as we started. One of our dogs got into some medicine and ate some medicine they weren't supposed to eat. They weren't supposed to snack on it. It wasn't little chew toys, but they decided to eat a little bit of medicine, and we're not real pleased with the fact that dog, i.e. Mayo, yeah, I'm talking about you, Mayo, jumped in and got some some stuff and gnawed on it, and we had to call a poison place or like a whatever for dogs to see. We had to give them all their information. Not we, my wife did it. It wasn't me. But about sort of like how much do they weigh, how much did they get to, what ingredients were in it, etc. And then they said, yeah, they should be fine, and hopefully they are. They're probably upstairs asleep right now, and so it's not really much of an issue. But it's still, a little scary. A little scary when you have especially we have a little dogs, and so like just a little bit of medicine might do some craziness. What is going on with my iPad? My Pi Pad. It says it's not about to run out of battery, but it says it's charging. Hopefully it stays up because I won't be able to see what people say otherwise. I'm using these Posca markers. I like this pink, and I don't want to have to mix this color, so I'm just doing this. And I'm going to turn this into the little tails. I mean, technically they probably should have little gray tails because they're mice, but I always think pink tails look better on them, so, that's what we get. And so I just have to get them to the point where I can cut them out and stick them down. So, again, hey, Corey Mitchell joined. Corey, how's the basement? Do you have a swimming pool everywhere now? I'm like making jokes about the fact there was this horrible flooding in California. Just like, you got what you deserved. I feel like Corey would like that joke if he's still here. He probably popped on for a second. Now he's going like, what is this? This is stupid. I don't want to be here. I don't want to have to listen to... Who is Corey to me? My past roommate, my past partner in crime, my past coworker, I was gonna say like the something to my something, but I don't know what to say. So he's just like a dude. That he's a guy that I watch Biodome a lot with, and he knows inside jokes, and he was, that's it. That's all he is. Other than that, total stranger. Not even sure why he's on here. It seems like because he hasn't responded yet that he's not actually on here. See, watch this. Ready? This would get it. This would tell us. Corey, absolute jerk. Let's see if that worked. If he really is on here, he would definitely respond. But he probably won't because he knows he's a jerk. I'm such like a... Once the guests leave, I turn into an absolute jerk. Isn't that right, idiot upstairs? Yeah, I just cut you down. You all know my waste of space wife upstairs, who's just constantly just like I'm trying to like do a what's his take my wife please. Who is that says that? There's someone that says that. No one's gonna help me with this. They're just gonna let me just live in that moment for a second. I showed my students today, and this is for anybody out there that says like, hey, you want to hear a fun fact? Groucho Marx. We all know who Groucho Marx is, right? He was once the president of the United States. Groucho Marx, famous comedian. Benny Youngman, not Jenny, or Henny Youngman. There we go. Jenny Youngman. His granddaughter was known for saying that. I showed my students today, and they were all like floored by this. I think that Groucho Marx, who we always think of as like having a big mustache and eyebrows and stuff, that he never did. It was all grease paint, and they're all like, whatever. And then you pull it up on Google Images, and guess what? It was all grease paint. And I think there's this perception that somehow he had these giant eyebrows and whatnot, but no, he just did it for show. I don't like that tail. That tail is stupid looking like that. I'm gonna keep it sort of short and point it up like that, and I'll just cut it shorter. It's just the wrong angle for it and whatnot. Anyways. So anybody who doesn't believe me, go look up, just type in Groucho Marx, and then go look at the pictures, and you'll see close-ups. We're used to seeing him in these like little films, and these little films, these little, what do you want to call them, shows. We're used to seeing him like that from a distance, and he would always be small, and so you wouldn't really see it, and so like, you're like, oh, of course it was a real mustache. Wrong. And then all of a sudden, everything that you thought was real gets thrown into question. Has anybody out there looked it up yet? Does anybody not believe me? Everybody believes me because, you know, what did you say, Lauren? Look it up. Yeah, you better, because it's real. Isn't that weird? It's one of those things, like, it's just and what brought it on is we were talking about those, like, classic, like, cartoon, you know, mustache nose glasses that you can get, that like, in joke shops and stuff. Someone had one of those, and I was like, oh, that's like Groucho Marx. And I was like, wait a second, everybody, check out this cool fact. And I became the dad trying to impress people. Did you know that in Guatemala, the average rainfall, one of those kind of like showing off with facts. But yeah, it's a weird thing because it's like what's that Mandela effect with where it's the Berenstain Bears versus Berenstain Bears. Same thing, but it's a guy with grease paint on his face. This is called Fact Corner. In Fact Corner evening, what? That didn't even come out of my head right. In Fact Corner this evening, what? Ask him questions? Okay, yeah. Fact Corner. We're not... Okay, so here's something I was thinking about doing next year. And I think I mentioned it on here before, but instead of Stinktober, of doing the More You November. And it's just like maybe a couple of days during the month. And what it is it's just fun facts. It's like, did you know this kind of thing? And it could be real or it could be made up. And it could be a challenge of like, can you make up one that sounds real? Or can you make up one that's real that sounds fake? You got to do both of those. And we have to guess by the end of the month which one's the real one and which one's the fake one. There could be some fun challenge to it of some sort. But all those people right now that are listening to this, I want you to throw me some right now, like facts that you think sound real but you make up, and some that are that sound fake but are real, and I have to guess which ones they are. So give me some good ones. Like, did you know that the spray that they use in bowling alleys to clean the shoes doesn't actually clean them? What it does is it, like, I'm trying to go like what would be a fun way to like play that off. It doesn't just clean them. It reduces the stickiness factor on the inside, so dirt is less likely to stick to it the next time. Like something like that. Let's see. The voices of Mickey and Minnie Mouse got married in real life. That was my wife that put that up there, not me. Is that real or is that not? I think it is real. I think it's real. Lauren, you can challenge me. Okay, wait. Someone says, I need to know what happened on The Wizard of Oz. What does that mean? The Wizard of Oz set. I need to know what happened on The Wizard of Oz set. What are we talking about? Did I miss something? Did I say something that talked about The Wizard of Oz? I mean, maybe I did. But I don't remember saying that. And now I'm thinking, like, what did I say? Let me, hold on. It scrolled the wrong direction. I gotta fix it here. Let's see. We got, I don't know if it's real or fake, all the drama and the death. Oh, the death thing I don't think is real. But one of the things that was real is the Tin Man one. The guy who played the Tin Man was originally going to be Jed Clampett from Beverly Hillbillies. But he had an allergic reaction to the silver paint that they put on him. And so he couldn't. I know that one's a real one. But I don't think that, like, the Munchkin hanging there, I don't think it was a real thing. I could be wrong, but snake venom is a great glass cleaner. Ooh. I'm going to have to say that one's fake because that one just sounds so weird. Like, why would someone even try that? That doesn't sound... a baby squid is called a squidling. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true at all. They're called illustrated. Yeah. You can't just try to get one over on me. What? You're all trying to trick me. Elephant urine. Yeah, elephant urine, I think. Snake venom, it's like, that's too hard to get. I don't think you'd be like I like the idea because it is sort of, it's a stretch. But I feel like it's far enough removed that, like, who would go to the trouble to collect the snake venom in the first place just to try that, you know? Like, if you had a bunch of extra snake venom lying around, and you're like, hey, I wonder what this would do, then I'd get it. But I just don't think you'd get a lot of it. But, like, elephant urine? Shoot, you probably get a lot of elephant urine. You probably have buckets of that just lying around the house. And then it becomes, like, there's only so much a person can drink before, you know, they get tired of it. And so then it becomes, okay, well, how do I use it in a way that's effective? You know, are there other uses for it? Can I use it, like, as a sort of to deglaze a pan? Can I use it, you know, for all these other things? And then eventually you're like, well, oops, I spilled a little, and it dribbled down the front of my stove that has a glass window to it, and then all of a sudden it's, you know what? That really took off that stain that was on there. I'm done. The speed of the computer mouse is measured in Mickeys. I think that one's real. That sounds like something that, like, some weird, like, computer programmer or some designer would be like, let's do this and let's change it to that. But why are they all Disney ones, Lauren? Are you on a Disney fact page? Oh, so that one's fake then because it's not a Disney thing. You're a liar. Can't believe you tried to put that one over my head. Wait, it is real? Nice. Generally people can't, like, trick me. I'm so knowledgeable about the world that, like, if you try to put one over on me, you're donezo, son. You know? I can very quickly spot a liar in the bunch. This marker is running out of steam. It may be almost out is the problem, honestly. Let's see if I can get this a little more pizzazz out of it. Still have to do this one's hair. Still have to do little details in the arrows and things of this sort. But anybody else got some challenging? Anyone else want to try their hands at the old fact off? I don't think so. Because who's at 3 for 3? This guy. I'm pointing at me. Okay, wait. It says Did I unplug this or something? Why is it just saying that it's low battery? Hold on a second. Not my phone, but my iPad. It's saying low battery. Low battery. For some reason it's just not charging right. Okay, wait. Broccoli and cauliflower are technically the same species. What do you mean by species? Are they the same species? I'm going to say no. Bill illustrated, cat urine glows under black light. Yes, it does. That's why we have a black light at home to check where the cats have peed and where the dogs have peed. Competitive art was once an Olympic sport. I'm going to go no for that one. Fruit Loops are all the same flavor despite the different colors. That is factual. Whoever's out there saying that they're different is a liar, and they need to go find another job because that is wrong. I am? Well, I was telling me I'm getting a little cocky, so. All three are facts. Wait, let me go back and see those again. Illustrated said they're all. Fruit Loops, I got that one. Competitive art was once an Olympic sport? Huh? Prove it. Provide the link, please. Okay. What do I want to do for... What do I want to do for the hair on this marker? I think is really running out. Let's get that back, paint out. I'm trying to think of ones I can throw out at you all that I know. The hard part is I can't look up facts in the background, so I can be like, let me do it. We'll get a good one and challenge you with it. What's the most crazy fact you think you could put up that sounds real and you don't know if it's real or not? You know what I mean? So it's not that you're trying to like trick me. Frank Lloyd Wright's dad invented Lincoln Logs. I'm going to say no to that one. But I feel like Lincoln Logs have been around for a long time. I know that longer than just like the 1950s or something. They've been around for longer than that. But I feel like that's a tricky one because it's like, it's probably like, no, Frank Lloyd Wright's uncle invented Lincoln Logs or something like that. Like it's so close, but it's just not quite there. But like, you know, here's one that like, you don't know if it's right or not, but like, elephants can't smell the difference between, you know, like, would be strawberries and bananas. You know what I mean? Like, it sounds like, well, I'm not sure. It sounds like maybe they could, maybe they couldn't, and I don't know. And that's the whole point. His son did. Mmm. Mmm. You know how you were saying that I was getting cocky? Well, guess what? Here it comes. Here it comes. I'm in it now. I'm in it now. Okay, let's talk. What other things can we talk about? Okay, here's a question of the day. If you, and I'm talking you, the audience member, if you had to pick a new, no, okay, here we go. If you could smash two animals together to be, a group of bunnies is called a fluffle. That's a tough one, because that sounds like it could be real. I think I'm going to say no. Laura, I don't know why this iPad is not... It says that it's charging, but it's not getting, like, a charge. So I'm going to lose my comments in a second. I'm down to 3%. Well, are you still recording on that one? Well, then, yes. No, I think, let me see what happens with it, whether it, like... Yeah, I feel like I should. Is a group of bunnies called a fluffle? Yeah. It is? In some places? Oh. Shoot, what was I? Oh, if you could smash two animals together to make a new pet that you could have in your house. So you don't get, like, you can't be like, I want a monkey. And then, like, you're so whatever. But, like, if you could smash a monkey and a bunny together and you call it a bunky or a money, ooh, money, what would those two animals be? And what would you call it? Go. What? Yeah, I do not condone smashing animals together. Don't knock it till you try it. Sometimes they, like, you know, they fall in love. They have kids. They, let's see, what would I use? I still need to do this hand up here. I haven't done that hand yet. I would smash a... Well, no, that doesn't sound right. You're right, it doesn't sound right. Well, saying I would smash, I think, is the problem, actually. Not the animals part of it, but just the I would smash. I would smash a dog. Like, don't say that. That's not okay. I would smash together. What would I like? I mean, it's got to be something a little soft, right? You can't just. I don't want to be like a turtle and a tortoise. But what would be the soft thing? Ooh, a chinchilla. Because that's automatically right there. Like, I don't care what you put there. You could say a chinchilla and a turtle. And, like, that's going to be a soft turtle. But, a chinchilla and... Chinchilla and what? What? No, now I'm like, what other kind of like trait do I want to go with soft? So like, a turtle is good, but like, what advantage does a turtle give me that like some other animal wouldn't be able to provide? Or is there what? Light? Oh, flight. A chinchilla. See, I don't know. No, I don't want wings. Because I don't think I like things that fly, but I don't like things that fly that come near me. Like I don't like when a bird lands on my shoulders. Like you like go to like some aviary or something like that, and they're like, "Oh, look at this! A little bluebird landed on your shoulder." I don't want that because it comes out of nowhere, right? So I don't want that. But okay, wait. I know what it could be. A chinchilla and a slug. And here's why. I normally don't like slugs. Slugs are gross and I don't want them around. But if you make it a chinchilla and a slug, assuming you get the soft part on the slug, it's not going to go running away from you. It's not going to be hard to catch up to. You can get it. And then you don't have to worry all that much about like having to deal with like I don't know, I want to say like I guess maybe there's a problem with the dogs we have right now. They get their face in your face and they lick your face. But if you don't have to deal with that and you automatically just have it'd be like a thing of fur. That's okay. See, okay, mild doodles, yes, you could end up with a slimy chinchilla, or you could end up with the opposite where it's just like it's a slug that takes dust baths, and like I don't want that. So maybe not. Okay, so not a slug. I know I was trying to make it likable, but I thought maybe I found the loophole. Yeah, a tribble, right, Bearheader? That is pretty much what I was talking about. How about? I'm trying to think of like what chinchilla would go with. A chinchilla with a nice aioli. No, a chinchilla with. You know what? Okay, you know what it is? It's something big. So like, if the one of the things that's awesome about chinchillas is they're just soft, but the problem is they're small, and so you need one that's big to like. So it's just like a big beanbag of fluff, right? So what's a beanbag type animal? A panda. So but that's kind of just like that's pretty much just a panda still. They're like, yeah. A cheetah and a sloth, so a regular cat monkey. Maybe it be cat monkey. Yeah, just things that are the opposite put together. Let's see, what would be what's the other ones? Like I feel like I'm caught on the chinchilla thing now. Let's not do a chinchilla. Let's find another one. I know. How about this one? A T-Rex and a hamster. So it's a T-Rex the size of a hamster. And so like when it roars, it's just a little, and then you could put it in a little glass container, like, whatever you want to, whatever those are called. And then it has like one of those little wheels, or like you could put it on the ground in a hamster ball, and it would just run around in a little hamster ball and try to stomp on things. That'd be pretty cool. You're welcome, world. I just came up with something amazing. You can thank me later. Oh, I need to name it. I'm going to call it a stampster because he stamps his feet. That's what it's called, a stampster. So there. Rich guy and a mini giraffe. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Let's see. Yeah. I still have to do the bow and the arrow and some little arrow sticking out there. And I still got to do the little bit here, and I got to do the hair. The question is, how am I going to do the hair? That's the one I'm trying to figure out here. Like, how do I do it? I like this yellow, but it's so close to the background, so I can't really use that. But I could lighten it up and see if I get a lighter hair. So she's got a little blonde hair. I don't know why I said blonde that way. She's got a little blonde hair. She's got a little blonde hair. I'm loving it. Let's see if I lighten it up. I could also try to do pink or some sort, but I could do something like that maybe, so it's a little bit easier to read. I'm down to 2% now, Lauren. I don't know what's going on with this. Maybe it's the cord or something. Yeah, if you want to bring down a different cord, we can see if it's a cord issue. I only got 2%, so it might not be able to. This is an old iPad that I use. It may not be able to recover. If it goes away, folks, I'm still here. We'll get it set up so I can talk to y'all. Or maybe you don't want me to. Maybe you don't love me like I thought you did. That's probably true. You don't care about me. You just love my hoppy style.
Oh my god, we messed up and everything.
Yeah.
Where'd it go?
Where'd it go? It goes down there.
Mm.
Here, hold on a second, everybody. I'm going down into the pits. Oh, let me not return. Let's see. Can I figure out like what cord goes to what, so I'm not unplugging things that I don't want to. What's this one go to? What's that? Is that a light?
This reminds me of a Christmas story.
What's this one go to? This
Like,
goes
well,
to this.
this one too many.
That wraps around there. And that goes up there. Is that the pencil sharpener? That may be the pencil sharpener. Tell me if anything happens here, folks.
Wait, a light change.
Nope. This one a light? Yep. This one's a light. Yep. Dang. Oh wait, here's what I can do. I can do this.
Well,
I got it, folks. I got it, folks. Don't worry.
Okay.
I got it, folks. There we go. Cha-cha.
Zap.
Yeah, I know. This is where I come back up and my hair's fried.
Your eyebrows are gone.
I got it! There's like sparks shooting out of my mouth.
Oh, you don't have a beard anymore.
Let's see, does this go beep? Okay, I'm getting power. I mean, I got power with the other one. We'll see. Hopefully this works. If it doesn't, then we'll figure out another solution. Sad old iPad. That was my nickname in high school. I know. A lot of people didn't know it, but it was like that was my go-to. Everybody's like, "Hey, is sad old iPad around?" And I'd come rolling in. It's already up to 14%. No, it's still. It's got a ways to go. But I did unplug my hairdryer, so I can't hairdry or anything now. So, it is what it is. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do for the rug? That's what I'm gonna do. Everybody hold your horses. I'm gonna make this. I was thinking I was gonna have to do like black or something there to make it show up. But instead, I'm gonna make a little white fringe. Make Little white fringe. Fringe, fringe, fringe. Little white fringe. I'm gonna make some little white fringe. Fringe, 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 fringe. I'm gonna make some little white fringe. Little white fringe. Guess what? Some little white fringe. I'm gonna make some little white fringe. Do da da lee da lot do do. I'm gonna make some little arrows in there. And then I'm trying to figure out what color do I make the bow here. And I think it's funny, it's like just a little tiny bow and a big long string that goes back. But it's a question of what color bow do I make it? I'm gonna put in this orange. I do like this orange, so I'm gonna put this orange in here too. It's sort of a combo, pink and orange. That shows up. What? Well, yeah, no, I'm not gonna make it so small that you can't see it. True. Now it's in the way. That's tricky. So I feel like it's in the way of the nose now. Do I need to shorten that nose? Who did? Oh, Tanya Stephanie John. Hey, Tanya Stephanie. From afar. Tanya Stephanie's gone. Someone couldn't cut it. Someone couldn't hang with the boys tonight. I get it. Someone wimped out. Who is it? Tanya Stephanie. Just former guests. I'm going to be a silly Billy. Who was? Oh. Are they famous or something? What? Oh, sorry. Yeah, Vachi Harrison and Matt De La Pena tuned in for a little bit. So clearly, I'm famous now. I'm such a dumb person that rather than just say that, I have to turn it into me being look at how cool I am. Hold on, I'm about to sneeze. Everybody watch out. Woo! I sneezed a little, I sneezed a lot. I scared my dog. That's okay. Let's put these little bits of hair tufts down. Let's put these little bit of hair tufts down. I know, I'm going to lighten it up where it needs to be. It's the base of it where it goes over the floor needs to be lightened. I get it. Loud and clear. Yeah. You said that and I went, yeah. Like, good idea. Finally, someone caught on. Okay, let's see. But now I do need to mix that color and make it a little bit lighter, especially down towards the bottom here. And I'll bring it up and then I'll add the yellow back into it. It has a sort of lighter tone as we get down here. And as it comes up, I'll transition to a yellow, which means I need to get more of that Riley's desk, thank you. Yellow notes, I like it, thank you. I'm glad you like it. There we go, now we're getting to the colors I want. Sort of really bright. Excuse me. Jello. So again, feel free to ask me questions in that comment box. You want to know what I have for lunch? Guess what? I'll tell you. You want to know what I have for dinner? Guess what? I'll tell you. You want to know just all food related? Oh wait, hold up. You want to know what I have for breakfast? I'll tell you. The answer to all three was beets. It wasn't, but it sounds funny. The word beets is a funny word. Beets, 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 beets. What did I have for breakfast? I had cereal, some Chex cereal. It was good. And then what I had for lunch was a burrito. And what I had for dinner was a Southwest toasted turkey sandwich or something like that. Beets, I mean, so now we need to guess your answer. Oh, yeah, okay, here. Let's do this. Let's see. I'll do 2 truths and a lie. Ready? We're going to do 2 truths and a lie. Number one. My grandfather, when I was little, used to make slip and slides for us. And in order to keep the plastic sheet down, he'd put bricks down the edge. And we had to be careful when we slid down that we wouldn't hit the bricks. Number 2. I used to make donuts for myself on Saturday mornings out of biscuits. Number 3. I once dropped a knife and it landed in my foot. 2 truths and a lie. Go. What is it? What is it? Who's got it? Who's got it? Oh, coming in hot. Who thinks they know my 2 truths and a lie? You probably don't know which one it is. 2 truths and a lie. Yeah, you know which ones are the truths and a lie. Let's see, donuts and bricks. Wait, Alicia Nash, you think donuts and bricks are the truths? Or you think those are the lie? As I'm trying to figure out which, you just said those two, but I don't know. And Illustrated says the donuts is a lie. I'm waiting to hear what. Yes, you think those are the truths. Alicia Nash, you are correct. The one lie is the dropping of the knife into my foot. However, it's not too far from a truth. The true one there, so my grandpa did used to make, you just got a big old plastic sheet, and then he would just put some bricks on the edge, and we had to be careful that we didn't hit the edge when we went down the backyard slip and slide that he made for us. The lie of the knife going in my foot. So the donuts one, my mom would get Pillsbury, like those layered biscuits that came off. They like peeled off in little layers. And what you do is you take those. She had this little hole thing. And you'd punch it out, and then you take them and you put them in oil. And then she taught me how to make frosting or icing for them, and I'd ice them, and then I'd have done it. But the knife one, not too far off in the sense that when I was, this is a truth. When I was, I'm going to guess like 14, maybe 13, I was helping my dad. Well, my foot slipped on the back of the boat, and the blade of the motor, the rotor or whatever that's called, sliced in between my toes. And I had to go to the hospital, and they had to get stitches and all sorts of stuff. That one is real. The only catch to it is the motor wasn't on. So it sounds cool at first, and you're like, oh, that's kind of lame because it's you know, it takes the power away. But it did slice in between my toes, and so I have a little stitches lines on my toes where the blade went in between my toes, and they had to stitch it in a way so I still had the toes came back together. But imagine something slicing through right there. That's the crazy part. Like, yeah, the motor wasn't going, but it still sliced through my foot. I know, it sliced through my toes. It is pretty. That's a pretty cool thing to like be able to share with people. I hope you all understand that, like, what I'm telling you is not just to scare you, not to make you afraid that this could happen to you, but it could happen to you. More so, let's see. I'm going to do 2 other truths and a lie. 2 truths. Let's see. Truth number 1. I have to think about these. Oh. Okay, I got a good one. That's a good one for a truth. Hold on, I'm trying to think of them. Lauren, you give me 2 truths and a lie too. We'll play 2 truths and a lie with you. No, with you. I'm trying to think. The problem is, like, I'm trying to make sure I didn't tell any of these stories on here already. That would be problematic. Oh, I got one. That's a good one. That's a good truth. So I got that one. I got... Wait, hold on. I just lost one. So... I don't know if it's just this thing's clogged up or what, but it's not. making good lines anymore. I like this. Okay, that's coming out a little bit better than I know. Let's try that. Two truths and a lie. Okay, so I got hold on, I gotta write them down so I don't forget. Oh, that's a better one. Okay. Here's my two truths and a lie. First one. Both my father and my father-in-law both worked on missions for sending stuff up into space with rocket science stuff. Like they worked on like the Apollo mission and the Mercury or whatever that's called mission. Number two, I have a relative in my family named French Pickle. Number three, I only wear red socks or pink socks since I was in college. And go. What's a truth? What's a lie? Can you get it all right? I don't think you can because it is really fun. I don't think you can know. Here's a party, here's a show. Socks is the lie. Bill Illustrated says the socks is a lie, and Alicia Nash says these all sound good. Hello, Pickles. I hope is the lie. The lie is the socks. So my father worked on, I think, the Mercury. No, he worked on the Apollo mission in some way, like doing some sort of data analysis for it, and worked with McDonnell Douglas. And then my father-in-law worked with, I don't remember what it was, but he worked on the Mercury missions or something of the sort. And so they're both technically rocket scientists on paper, something like that. And then I do have a relative, apparently somewhere, a distant relative, whose name is French Pickle. And I'm not sure exactly where old French Pickle, like I don't know how far back it goes, but I do know that there is a relative named French Pickles. And I'm trying to think if there's also a relative named Tennessee Buckles, I think was the other one. But French Pickle's the one that's the fun one. I don't know if it's his real name. I think that from the stories that I've heard, I think it is actually his real name. And it has something to do with, like, my dad goes to a barber down in Tennessee, and the barbershop is called Pickles Barbershop. And somehow they had found out that, like, they're a relative of ours, and so there's relative name French pickles, which is a pretty amazing name. So there's your 2 truths and a lie. Lauren still hasn't added any truths for us here. Yeah, you were supposed to do a 2 truths and a lie for me too. What? Cute mice? What cute mice? Let's see. I need my eraser. My eraser. Okay. So now what I need to do is I need to figure out how to do the arrows. Oh, you know what I can do the arrows with? It's white. That's the way to do it. Yeah, they will. I haven't put them in yet. I'll get rid of this. It's gotta be white. Yeah. White. White. You can do zoom ins. Who watched the Super Bowl? Who watched the... No, the Super Bowl hasn't happened. Who's gonna watch the Super Bowl? Who's gonna watch the Grammys? Who's gonna watch the Super Bowl? Who already watched the Grammys? You know what'd be amazing is a thing called the Grammys, and it's just a bunch of grandmas. No one steal that idea. That's my idea. The Grammy Awards, yeah. And it's like cutest smile and like most squishable cheeks. That wouldn't be good for a book because a kid would have to know what the Grammys are to begin with. I mean, a book about the Grandma Awards could work, but yeah, they can't. It can't be a play on the word Grammys. Is all I'm saying. Best cross stitch. Best what? Yeah. Best lap cat. Best Reader's Digest article. Best hard candy. Best Oldsmobile. Now it's just me like making fun of old lady things. Oops. Yeah, that's not what I want to do. Oh, come on, don't make a mess now. What? I know, I'm almost done too. Guest on the West Coast. Guest Coast on the West Coast. No. Sorry. You're like, don't be sorry, just do it right next time. The post office ruined one of my pieces, is what we're talking about in the background. They bent it in half when I sent it to someone. Illustrator, if you're on here, you know that story. Because it was coming to you. They bent it in half. I don't know. I don't know if it was salvageable or not. If it wasn't costing anything to come back to me, I would see if there's a way to bring it back, and I could try to like see if I can get rid of the creases and whatnot, but it would cost probably a fortune to do that, and it would probably not be worth the effort in the end. What? Yep. You hope I have the file? Yeah, of course I do. No, I know where that one is. I saved it in that old email account that I don't use anymore. And yes, I know where it is. Okay, let's see. Are there other things I want to do to this? Let's see. Now I think we're to the point where we're just doing little touch-ups. Oh, I need mounts. Hello. Yes, for those that are tuning in here, these are all going to get posted on YouTube over the weekend. The one tonight will get posted over the weekend. I try to post them relatively shortly after I get done with them. This one's a two-parter, so I got to piece it together, so that might take a little extra time to do that, so just bear with that. But over the weekend, this will go up online. Gotta wait for that to dry so I can get those other teeth in there. give it a second. Give it a second. Don't try to rush the genius that is me. Give it a second. I don't think a lot of people knew that I can sing so beautifully. Okay, let's see. Come on, dry up for 1 second. Finish this off. I need to do shadows on the ground too underneath those mices. Mices. Make these a little bit bigger. And I'll come back in and I will clean that up. Marker. Again, I gotta wait for it to dry a little bit because I just smeared it a little bit. So I'm just trying to get this edge there. Okay, we're getting close. Okay, let's see. Almost done. There's that guy there. Let's done that eye a little bit better there. Okay, now the last little touches I want to do this. What should they be? Not sure what they should be. Down, baby. Get this in here. Let's get a little bit in. Okay. Are there other things I want to do this? So far. I don't know if they'll make it the whole time, but so far it's doing okay. Let's see, we're getting close here. Again, I'm just doing final looks. Oh, someone sleepy, it's me, oh, someone sleepy, it's me. Someone sleepy, it's me. Someone sleep with me. Me. So we get that little hand in there. Think that may be it. Let's clean this space up. Let's take a look. Let's see. Doodly 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 doodly. What? No. No? I'm singing along to the beautiful tunes that are taking me for a joyride inside my head. Oh, we got a cat coming up. Don't pay attention to the cat coming up. The cat coming up. Oh, the cat coming up. So here's my original. He had a bigger hat in the original. But that's the original. Ah, wonderful. Here's the finished product. It's called Bad Aim Cupid. Stupid Cupid. That's what I'm calling this one. And it is Dunzo Funzo. Do you like my bunzo? No, don't say that. Okay, that's it for the evening, folks. I'm going to end up cleaning up here. I got to go to bed. I got up stupid early this morning. And I got to do some other stuff tomorrow morning. And then I got to go do stuff tomorrow afternoon. And I got to do stuff after that, and stuff after that, and stuff after that. So, anyways, those who joined me earlier tonight, I had on Reggie Brown from Reggie Brown Art, or at Reggie Brown Art, rather. He was wonderful, and we had a long conversation for about 3.5 hours. And then we turned in for part 2, where I worked on the finish of this. And here is the finish. Type can go here that says, Stupid Cupid. That's Stupid Cupid. Anyways, that's it. Y'all have a lovely evening. I'll be back next week. Next week we have Jennifer Imposter joining us, 8 p.m. Thursday night Eastern. Y'all have a lovely week. I'll see you next time. Bye.